Recording in progress.
Welcome everybody to the August 6, 2024 meeting of the Tompkins County Legislature. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Can we have the roll call of members, please?
Shauna Black. Here. Brooks.
Here.
Randy Brown.
Here.
Amanda Champion.
Here.
Susan Curry.
Here.
Deborah Dawson.
Here.
Rich John. Ann Corman.
Here.
Mike Lane.
Here.
Greg Mezzi.
Here.
Veronica Pillar.
Here.
Lee Shirtliff.
Here.
Mike Sigler.
Yes. Here.
Dan Klein.
Here.
Rich John. Present.
Okay, we have a quorum. There will be an executive session tonight, and I will announce the reason for that later in the meeting. And for reordering of business, I would like to reorder two things if everyone agrees. One is Resolution I, the minimum wage resolution. I would like to move that up to what would be number 7 on the agenda after privilege of the floor and the chair's report. And then also we've had a request from the city of Ithaca Common Council representative if he could go on earlier under privilege of the floor so he could take care of some official business later on. He would appreciate that. Is that acceptable to all the members? Okay, thank you. So we are up to privilege of the floor for the public. This is a time for anybody that wants to address the legislature. And if you would like to do that, please go ahead and fill out one of these blue cards that's located in the back of the room and then just bring it up to us. A bunch of people have done that already. And I'm going to read the rules for speaking at the legislature. 1, I agree to a 3-minute time limit. 2, I agree not to raise my voice. 3, I agree not to use lewd, obscene, profane, slanderous, or libelous language, or speak or act in a manner that would tend to incite a breach of the peace. 4, I agree not to speak about county personnel matters. Personnel matters include comments about the job performance of named county employees other than elected officials. Number 5, after 3 minutes, I agree to leave the microphone and yield the floor. Transferring time to another person is not permitted. 6, I agree to be courteous and not make comments, gestures, outbursts, or other disruptions while other members of the public or legislature are speaking. 7, I agree that if I cause a disruption and am asked to leave, I will leave the chambers. So we have a 3-minute time clock that's on all the various screens here, and when that time is up, your time to speak is up. First person up is Lonnie Everett, and you're welcome to come up to either microphone in the back of the room.
Good evening. How's everybody doing? I'm Lonnie Everett, UAW International Rep for Region 9, also the representative who is negotiating the current Cornell agreement with UAW 2300. And we're here today to support Tompkins County Workers Center in their fight for a living wage. You know, as we know, a minimum wage just sets a floor level for a wage for somebody to live, versus a minimum wage, or excuse me, a living wage, which should set a standard that allows people to survive based off of inflationary concerns and everything that they do on a daily basis. We know that a minimum wage is not enough, even though the state's minimum wage is higher than the federal minimum wage, it's not a living wage. Workers at Cornell, probably a lot of folks in here, are fortunate enough to have a union contract where we can fight to try to make those gains at that level, and we absolutely should. But as you sit here as a council, no different than I would ask anyone that I spend time with, whether it's in DC or whether it's here at Tompkins County or in Albany or my own leadership, We should look out at the folks who work with us, work under us, and we don't want them to struggle. We don't want them on Section 8, and we don't want them working multiple jobs. We want them working one job with one focus and taking care of themselves and their families. And one job should do that. Living wage came about in a discussion shortly after the Great Depression, and these type of discussions have taken place for a long time, and they more than likely will continue. But this council here, this legislative, you can do something special. You can help everybody in this county get a living wage. Now, the UAW is going to work at the table to get the best possible contracts that meet or exceed those things. And this council can help to pave the way to those things taking place, not just for the Cornell folks, but everybody who lives in this county. There's a lot of things that come out of that. There's disposable income, there's the taxes, there's the ability for people to have dignity while they're at work, there's the ability for folks to go out and just buy simple things like bread and milk or take care of medical needs. You should not want to see anybody that's on these streets or in these vehicles in this county struggling. Nobody should ever want to see another human being struggling. Is there a cost to it? There is. But there's also a cost to a struggle as well. I want to make sure I stay under that 3 minutes this time.
Thank you. Thank you. So I had said we were going to move Pierre up, and then I forgot immediately. So I'm going to pause the public speaking, and Pierre St. Perez, City of Ithaca, come on up.
I can wait.
Nope, you're on. Too late.
Hey, everyone. Sorry, guys. It has been too long, I feel, since I've been in front of all of you to give a report of what the city is up to. I think the last time was what? June. Too long. Anyways, tomorrow, council's going to meet in the city to deal with a set of mostly administrative matters. However, we are creating a working group to address the sewer treatment plant and move forward to find solutions in that area. Additionally, our neighborhood plans are proceeding and going through the proper process. It's a pretty uneventful report, unlike last time.
Does anybody have any questions or comments for Pierre? Ann.
Thank you, Pierre. What type of issues, can you say briefly, at the wastewater treatment center you're working on?
Yes, it is a difficult job to have. It's incredibly important work, but we've been struggling to retain workers at the treatment plant. And struggling to train people. Some of the training requirements are very strict. Once the working group is established and goes into more of the details, I will be able to update you better on that situation.
Thank you.
Mike Sigler.
I just wanted to know, when you start that working group, it was my understanding those are jobs represented by one of the unions, the Public Workers Union. Are they going to have a seat at the table when you start that working group?
So the working group is being started tomorrow, as I understand it, and how the working group approaches that is up to the working group itself. I imagine they would, but that is me, who is not going to be on that working group, trying to visualize what the future will look like, which, if I could manifest what the future looks like and just make it happen, the world would certainly look very different.
Rich.
I just wanted to give a shout out to the DPW. The water line is getting changed on our street, and in the process of flushing out the lines, our water lines in our house completely clogged. And this was a crisis. Fortunately, I wasn't home, but the workers just jumped in and fixed it right away. And it took a while because they had to flush out every single line, and they did a great job, and I appreciate it. So you just take that back.
I will carry that along.
Yeah.
I mean, as I've told you before, I have a lot of confidence in the workers of the city of Ithaca, and every time that I hear stories like this, and I hear them often, it reminds me that that confidence is well-founded.
Randy.
Yes, thanks for coming again. Is the city working on a plan for where you house the Common Council and your government building?
So about our center of government?
Yes.
Yes, so as we all know, we're in the old NYSEG building, as we have been for at least my entire life. To my knowledge, there are not conversations about changing that. I don't suppose this building's going to be open soon, is it? Because that would be nice.
Well, the reason I ask is because, the county's building a building, and I don't know if there's any overlap or opportunity between the two entities, and I know it's a big stretch. It was one of the legislature said that would be a big challenge for us to get along that well, but I want to get your thoughts and just wanted to share that.
I want to make it clear that these are my personal thoughts. However, I think that we are two governments who would benefit greatly from working together more closely. I support a lot closer working relationship between the city and the county. I always think we should push that, and from where I'm sitting, a shared center of government could lead to efficiencies for all of us, better communication, and a better standard of living for everyone, both in the city of Ithaca and Tompkins County. That's me.
All right. That's great. Thanks.
I just want to say if there is a serious consideration of putting city offices in our center of government building, that conversation would have to start immediately because our train's about to leave the station, I hope. Other questions or comments for Pierre? Thank you so much for coming, as always.
Thank you.
Okay, we are headed back to public privilege of the floor, and I have Pamela Silliman.
So Lonnie Everett spoke.
Excuse me, if you could come up to the microphone, please, because that way the people that are being streamed to can hear too.
The card was filed in error.
Got it, thank you. Next up, Zach Wynn.
Good evening. I am speaking in opposition to the resolution for implementation of higher countywide minimum wage. I believe you are already aware of the potential negative impacts of increasing the minimum wage, such as wage compression, pushing individuals off the benefits cliff, worsening inflation, and threatening the economic viability of existing businesses. The resolution proposes increasing the minimum wage in the context of a, quote, living wage, currently calculated at $18.45 per hour and expected to rise to approximately $24 per hour. An increase approaching these figures could be devastating for businesses large and small, leading some to close and deterring new businesses from opening altogether, while unfairly advantaging large institutions in chains that can more easily absorb increased labor costs. Additionally, this would affect the wages of county and city employees, further burdening taxpayers and raising the cost of living, contrary to the resolution's intention. The proposed, quote, annual adjustment mechanism, unquote, could lead to continuous increases in labor costs regardless of the business climate or circumstances of business owners. Most employers already pay above the minimum wage to attract and retain employees. Arbitrarily increasing the minimum wage, as this resolution aims to do, risks severe unintended consequences, similar to the negative effects observed with California's recent $20 per hour fast food minimum wage increase. Raising the minimum wage in this manner will likely have the opposite effect of its intended goal. Businesses are already closing due to the outrageous cost of doing business in this area. The resolution's implementation is effectively setting in motion a process that will inevitably raise the minimum wage, further exacerbating the difficulty of operating a business in the county. Instead of interfering with the free market, which is already strained by high operational costs, focus on reducing taxes and making the area more affordable. I urge the legislature to reject this resolution and prevent the process of raising the minimum wage from proceeding. Thank you.
Next up is Pete Myers. Sure.
Everybody, first of all, I want to thank my sisters and brothers from the United Auto Workers for being here today in support of this measure. My name is Pete Myers. I'm the director and founder, one of the founders of the Worker Center back in 2003. Just for those who don't know what we do, we actually run one of the very few workers' rights hotlines in the country, getting calls from all over the state, and it's actually a lot for a small staff to deal with. We also we support unions out there who are already existing, such as the UAW, but we've also instigated successfully 11 unions, Gimme Coffee, Science Center, some other unions that you've heard of. And finally, living wage has always been central to our work. We were actually called the Living Wage Coalition when we started as an organization in 2003. And we founded the nation's first living wage employer certification program. 3 years later, it was the first one in the country, and the county became a living wage employer almost immediately after that. So the county has, for a long time, been a certified living wage employer, and always our largest as well with how many employees the county has. I'm very happy to see that the county created a strategic plan for 2024 to 2029, and under the Economic Opportunity and Quality of Life Act part, it actually references living wage specifically with a performance measure specified around the percentage of people in Tompkins County that are making a living wage. So it feels like this resolution and this move that we're making fits in perfectly with that and kind of helps to stimulate the county to get going on it. Just briefly on the living wage, as Zach recently referenced, is $18.45 an hour, and it looks like it's going to 24. But right now at $18.45, 40% of the workers of the population in Tompkins County, the workers, do not make a living wage. That's 2 in 5 women, or 40%, and 3 in 5 black workers, which is 60%. So there's a lot of people out there that are not making a living wage. There's a lot of men as well, white men as well, especially that are not making a living wage. The benefits of this resolution for workers that it ensures that working families can afford food, rent, which we know is skyrocketing in this county, and other necessities amidst the rampant inflation in Tompkins County, which personally I think has a lot to do with rent. For businesses, it helps to reduce employee turnover. For those businesses that tend to be low-wage employers, there's no incentive for workers to stay there. It can cut recruitment costs for employers and put more money in workers' pockets than we'll spend at local businesses. For the community, for those workers who basically have public assistance, they wouldn't have to have public assistance if they were making adequate money in order to be able to survive. My time is up.
If you had like a closing sentence, you're welcome.
Just really, but actually the most important point I want to make out of this is that voting yes on this resolution today means that we all as community stakeholders will come around the table. I mean, not entire Tompkins County population, but to really explore what the wage would be and what that would look like, what enforcement would be, all the issues that would need to come forward, we would have that conversation. So we're not settling on a wage at this point. To be clear, the Tompkins County Worker Center wants it to be a living wage, but we'll work with whomever. Thank you.
Next up is Jane Globman.
Hello, thank you for having me. I have lived in Tompkins County for 14 years and for 12 years, and for most of that time, so at least since 2014, I've been a labor activist in the county. I came to Ithaca at the age of 50 to get a PhD. I quit my job in New York City and moved up here and got a PhD at Cornell and finished the PhD right before the pandemic started. And because of my age and my higher risk from the pandemic, it really impaired my ability to seek work afterwards. I have a PhD in literatures in English. And most of the work that I've done, I'm sorry, am I? Most of the work that I've done since I've been living here for money has been teaching English, either at Cornell or at Ithaca College, where I've taught cinema studies several times. I will say that when you're trying to make a living teaching at a place like Ithaca College, you don't make anywhere near a living wage. And although I think that I probably made close to a living wage at least some of the time that I was teaching at Cornell, and I've taught something like 20 to 25 courses at Cornell, there are still really severe limitations on what you can do and how you can function in this community, with rents being what they are, and especially in times like these where occurrences like the pandemic, which I was hit so hard by, come up. I actually lost my rental apartment because the owner raised the rent to a level that I just couldn't meet under those conditions. And so I'm just here to speak in support of, first of all, I want to just mention my support for the UAW 2300, a union I know well and have done a lot of work with. I was one of the founders of the CGSU in 2014, the graduate student union at Cornell. There is no Cornell University without the members of 2300 and all the work that they do here, and without Cornell University, Tompkins County is a very, very different place. So I just want to give my support to anything that any of them has to say, and thank you very much.
Christine Johnson.
Hi. I'm Christine Johnson, president of UAW Local 2300 Amalgamated Union, representing around 1,300 members, the largest being Cornell University service and maintenance workers. We are currently in a contract campaign with Cornell University. It has been and will be a fight to get our fair and reasonable demands, which include a livable wage for all members of 2300 as a base, a cost of living adjustment to help in times of inflation, an end to the current tier system where most of the unit can never achieve the highest pay grade, being excluded by hire date. Living wage legislation would assist both union and non-union workers. A living wage would help avoid things like an impending strike action and other disruptions, as well as ensuring that workers can afford the basic necessities while working one full-time job. Thank you.
I just want to mention it's getting pretty crowded over there. There are more seats over here if anybody wants them. Next up, Herb Engman. Hey, Herb.
Good evening, everyone. I feel so old reading from paper. Everybody's using their phone. Of course, I am old, so. The march from minimum wage to living wage has been decades long. And I want to give you some examples that I've gone through and the lessons I learned from those examples. Back in 2000, farm workers in New York State finally were guaranteed minimum wage. Before that, you could actually pay farm workers less than the minimum wage in New York State. The legislation was signed into law by Governor George Pataki. Now, for those young folks in the crowd, you may not know that George Pataki was a very conservative governor. And the lesson learned is that a fair minimum wage is not a partisan issue. It's not even an ideological issue. It's an issue of justice and fairness. And just as an aside, farmers at the time said this will absolutely ruin agriculture in New York State. We'll all have to go out of business. They didn't. Agriculture has thrived because minimum wage and now the living wage is good for business as well as for workers. Another example is when I became town supervisor of the town of Ithaca, I realized that even though we paid very well, there were some employees in the town The summer employees, part-time employees did not make a living wage. So we made sure that we became certified and everybody got paid living wage. The lesson learned there is that there are pockets within even well-paying organizations that don't pay living wage, and a law or regulation would help make sure that everybody in an organization gets covered. Another example is during that process, I learned that Ithaca College was not paying its food service workers living wage. So I called Tom Rashan, talked with him. To his credit, he made sure that workers at Ithaca College got paid a living wage in the food service part of the university. That proves the universities can do the right thing with strong leadership. When I retired, I became president of Green Springs Natural Cemetery. We didn't have any full-time employees, and the board decided we wanted to be a living wage employer, and so we became certified. That is an example of even very small organizations, very small businesses can pay living wage. So I urge you tonight to support the resolution that's on your agenda. Thank you.
Adam Hart.
Hey, everyone. I'm going to keep it short. I agree with pretty much what everyone else has said. With the average cost of living and inflation going up over the past several years, more and more people are feeling the squeeze. The average rent in Ithaca for a studio apartment is $1,500. That's insane. I don't know many people that can afford that level of rent, afford to live alone, yet alone be expected to participate in the local economy. I am reminded of this every week when I go to eviction court to help support tenants that are struggling with this very real pinch, many of which are facing eviction because they couldn't afford rents, which displaces them from Tompkins County and could end up on the streets, growing our homeless population. And that's not right. We can do something about that here today. Yeah, I just wanted to say, like, really listen to these guys. Listen to Pete and the experts from the Tompkins County Workers Center and people that have been up here doing this work for a long time. We really have to have a minimum wage increase to support our economy. As we've seen, many businesses are closing. You go to restaurants and they're dead inside. Not many people are showing up because people can't afford to. So yeah, I stand in support of this. Please pass it today and do not delay.
Sarah Curlis.
Hello, my name is Sarah Curlis. I'm a resident of Ward 1 in the city of Ithaca. I have lived here for about a decade now, and I've worked various minimum, slightly above minimum wage jobs. And so I'm aware of how hard it is to pay your rent, feed yourself, pay other bills, and pay for employer-provided health care on that salary. As a teacher's aide in a longtime union in the Ithaca City School District last year, even though I had many years of various teaching experiences and was working full-time, I was paid $17.50 an hour and paying $900 a month for City of Ithaca rent. That's unacceptable in a county that prides itself on being very progressive and a nice place to live. And I'm someone without children, which means my cost of living is way lower than many of my colleagues. And yeah, it's been proven by multiple studies that paying workers more stimulates the economy and produces a happier, healthier, and more productive community where people don't have to choose which necessities are most crucial in order to barely survive. In my roles in various teaching and social work positions, I see situations like mine all the time. I've had other equivalently paid professionals call me about getting financial help on past due rent, even though they work full-time and often multiple jobs. Most people working to offer Section 8, SNAP, and other benefits are also eligible for them. This situation is untenable, and raising the minimum wage to the living wage standard is the first step in trying to improve the lives of everyone in Tompkins County. It's hard for me to imagine anyone here not wanting to be paid more. For some, it's the difference between comfort and scraping by. So please do the right thing and make sure the minimum wage is the living wage. Thank you.
Nathan Sitaraman.
Hello, everyone. I'm Nathan Sitaraman. I live in the city of Ithaca, and I'm speaking in favor of making the minimum wage a living wage. If you know me, you know I love to see workers standing up, standing together, and fighting for better conditions in the workplace. There's a lot of this happening in Ithaca right now, including among workers making less than a living wage. And I think I speak for everyone when I say that unions like 2300 represent the very best of our community. As a member of the Tompkins County Workers Center leadership team, I get to talk to a lot of people who care about improving their workplaces. And they tend to have a few things in common. They're dedicated and hardworking, they care about each other, and they care about their community. But there's one other thing I hear from workers, especially those making less than a living wage, and especially at smaller businesses. As much as they often like and care about their jobs and care about improving their workplaces, they're applying to other jobs all the time. A lot of them are applying to jobs outside of Tompkins County. That's telling, and that's not good for workers, and it's not good for businesses. If the foundation of our local economy is built below a living wage, that's no foundation at all. You all in the room have the power to change that and build a real foundation for the future of our economy. And I hope to see you do it. Thank you.
Michael Demo.
Hi, my name is Michael Demo. I earn significantly less than the figures I've seen tossed around as a living wage, as do a number of my colleagues. Most of them probably work a lot harder than you do. It's really heartbreaking to see them and their families suffer really badly in poverty despite their honest hard work. FDR's intention with a minimum wage was for a wage that one could live on with dignity. That's something that's been realized at various times and places. I would urge you to try to restore that intention here in Tompkins County. I understand, of course, there must be economic concerns with any such change. I'd urge you to consider that people like me don't have 401ks or investments. We're not entitled to treat real estate as an investment. The money we get really has velocity, and its trajectory is straight into businesses here in the community. Not only that, but with a living wage, more of the time and energy we spend struggling to live would be invested in this community instead. So I think the question is, will you let us be agents in the economy, as I think we deserve to be? Our work is, a big part of the engine of the local economy, and this would just mean, letting our basic well-being be kind of part of its fuel, if you will. Thank you.
Peaches Gillette.
Hi, I'm Peaches Gillette, and I've been up here for 8 years, just this August, and I came up from New York City. And New York City, as everybody knows, is very rich in culture and diversity. That doesn't mean we get along well, but that's the fact. The other day, I had my grandchildren in Stewart Park at the opening of the new splash pad. And as children do, they were just going completely nuts and splashing each other. And sometimes in the middle of a game, some children don't want to play anymore. And so my grandchildren splashed a little boy about their age. They're 10-year-old twins. And their father came over and called them niggers, and that they shouldn't be in the park, and that this is the problem with this country, and that they need to go back to where they came from. People have used racial slurs to my grandsons. They come up here every summer before, but never an adult. And that was infuriating. And so I organized a committee called All Eyes and Ears on Racism, calling our community to watch out and to listen for things like that are going on. We pride ourselves in being a city of social justice and equality and fairness, and we're not watching out for one another. And it's diminishing the quality of life for people of color. It's hurting our children badly, all of our children, not just black children. That a white child who's standing there listening to an adult say that to black children, what is the message that that child is being sent? There is an increase in racism and the boldness around racism in this whole country. It's happening everywhere. But we need to take a stand against it. And I'm calling people to the table, I'm calling them out to let us look out for one another. If we want this world to be a better place, and we certainly want our community to be a better place, then we need to keep our eyes wide open and to stand up. We need to be the stop sign against these kind of aggressions. And whether it takes putting up signs in the park and reminding people that we are a place that welcomes everybody, then that's what needs to be done. But we need help with this, and we don't want this community to fall apart. There's enough divide between black and white people in this community. This is only going to further it when we stay silent. And if you think about every quote that every famous leader has ever made who fought for peace and justice, they all talk about the deadliness of staying silent in the face of injustice. And so I'm calling everybody to action to stand up against these things in whatever way you can, even if you have to walk and take the children and say, where are your parents? This should not be happening. But we need to do something to help one another because we're breaking each other's hearts. Thank you.
Next up is Robert Lynch.
Good evening. Robert Lynch, Town of Enfield. I'm here representing myself, but I suspect what I'll say will also reflect the views of my colleagues on the Enfield Town Board. I was going to talk about the minimum wage tonight. A lot of other people are. But something else came up that I thought was more important. And you remember I talked about the minimum wage 3 weeks ago, and my views haven't changed. Yesterday morning, the Community Recovery Fund Advisory Committee held a meeting. And I credit Veronica Pillar for asking the question near the end of the meeting, just before adjournment, that I would have asked. And she referenced the fact that Cayuga Health has this $1.5 million allocation out there that it can't get state approvals for its crisis stabilization service. And there was talk, well, we'll meet again in another 3 to 4 months. And Ms. Pillar asked, have we fleshed out a contingency plan if this money isn't able to be given to Cayuga Health? And the chair, Mr. Klein, said, quote, the contingency plan is that we're going to use it for county purposes, possibly highway equipment or something expensive and easily justified with ARPA money. However, if somebody has a different idea, we can visit that question. Well, I have a different idea tonight, and I think perhaps Ms. Pillar would agree with it. It is, let's reopen the process, at least for those that in May of 2023 qualified for that second round. There were 35 applicants in that second round. 14 got funded, but 21 did not. Well, let's look at those 21. And among them are 2 from the town of Enfield, the Enfield Volunteer Fire Company and the Enfield Community Council. Enfield Community Council sought $146,000 for a mental health wing on its Enfield Community Center. Now, that would be very compatible with what is not apparently going to happen with the CMC application. And I'll quote Ms. Pillar. I think it would be uncool to like put it back in the general fund, because then what it looks like to the broader community is, here's a bunch of money, oops, Q Medical didn't use it, so we're just going to take it back for the county. And that's the end of that. That is not great, she said. I agree. I think it would not be great. And I think that what we should do is not take that $1.5 million, which is a quarter of the Community Recovery Fund, and put it back into this big dark hole called the general fund. I think we should open it up to applicants like ECC and see if we can do good things with it for the community, that the community will be proud that we did. Thank you.
I'm going to switch over to some of the speakers, members of the public that are on Zoom. So let's go to Ian Sloan.
Hello.
Hello. We can hear you. Go ahead.
Great. Hello, I'm Ian. I'm speaking in favor of passing raising the minimum wage. I'm hitting the age where I'm starting to get child envy. I'd like to have children, but as it is now, I don't think that I'll ever be able to afford to have kids. I'm not like, I know we're living in hell and that they're probably not ever gonna have like as good a life as even I've had, but I'd like them to be born at least at some point. I don't know. And then I'll just add, I don't think that if a capitalist of any size, a little small business person or like whoever, if they can't afford to pay their workers a living wage, then it's already a non-viable business plan. Like it doesn't work. If you're having to exploit your workers to such a degree, then does it seem, at least by the standards of today, that that's acceptable. I'll end it there.
Next up, also on Zoom, Jorge Defendini.
Hello, this is Jorge Defendini, former Ithaca alderperson and the current chair for the Ithaca Democratic Socialists of America. I'm zooming in today because I've got some COVID, and so please don't make me come back here. I'd like to rest, but I will have to come back here and speak in favor of this if I have to. Speaking in favor of the minimum wage raising, we need to raise the minimum wage so that it reflects our reality. You should be able to make ends meet working a minimum wage job. You shouldn't have to find another job or do gig economy work or find another part-time job. Are you kidding me? There's nothing noble about overworking yourself into an early grave just to pay rent. If you can't pay a livable wage as a business, then frankly, as Ian said, you aren't running a viable business, and maybe you should seriously reassess your business model, is what I would say to folks who would be fear-mongering around business viability if this were to pass. When I served on the city council in Ithaca last year, I had to balance my job as an older person with a job that paid a minimum wage at Insomnia Cookies in College Town. I can tell you right now from my experience that a minimum wage is not high enough. If I wasn't also getting a paycheck from City Hall at the time, there was no way I could have afforded my rent and afford the groceries that I needed to live every week, every month. And it wasn't like that job itself was a very easy one. I had to work late nights, very long hours, 5-6 days a week. And again, this was a minimum wage job. And so you have an opportunity here as county legislatures to make a difference in so many people's lives throughout the county. I would really encourage you to listen to myself as somebody who has been in your position as municipal official, but who has also worked in the minimum wage. I would encourage you to listen to all of the people who work minimum wage or minimum wage adjacent jobs in the crowd. And I want to thank everybody else who came out to speak there. I wish I could be there in person with you. Thank you to the UAW folks for showing what really solidarity is all about, standing with labor. And everyone who came out there. I really hope that you guys pass this so that I can come back to an Ithaca that is, embracing its values as a space for everybody, because people will be able to actually afford living there. So that's all I got. Solidarity.
Okay, we're going to switch back now to privilege of the floor for people that are in the room, in chambers. Next up is Kathy Russell.
Good evening. I'm Kathy Russell, and I'm proud to live in the town of Dryden, represented by Greg Mezzi. And yeah, so you. And so I'm a retired philosopher, and I used to work at SUNY Cortland. I want to make an ethical argument for your moral responsibility to pass this resolution. Think of the nature of humanity. Think of the human community, what we're capable of, the love that we can have in our community. And if that's stymied by material conditions, then we gotta fix those material conditions. I think that if we look to, for example, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights that Eleanor Roosevelt, may her spirit and power be with us now. She, and so many others, in many countries, 193 passed this Universal Declaration of Human Rights. The inequality that we have in this county is wrong. It's sad. It hurts. Adam Smith and David Hume talked about a moral philosophy that you have the capacity to, they didn't use neurological terms that came about in the last part of the 20th century. We can feel, we can identify with others. And, we need to do that. I've helped with transportation. I mean, it was interesting to me to learn what people have to go through to get food. They have to go here, then they go there, and then they struggle to find shelter. They're trying to provide a good life for their children. And they're trying to find opportunities that will even pay enough to allow them to thrive as the real, talented, caring human beings that they are. It makes me sad. It makes my heart hurt. And I call on you to see this higher law, the possibility of human beings in their community love to take care of each other. Thanks.
Next up is Mike Morris.
Hello. Thank you all for your service on a constant basis. It's my first time attending one of these meetings, and I guess I picked an interesting night. I'm just here because I had an idea, and I don't know what the current state of affairs is for our county or for other counties, but Congressman Molinaro's email newsletter, so I get that. And at the bottom, he has a list of his offices. And there's about 6 counties represented, but not Tompkins County. And, you know, maybe it's just because they reorganized the district and so we're sort of late to the party or whatever. But here's my idea. You know, I think it's penny wise and pound foolish if we don't consider this. I hope there's some receptive ears here. To provide a permanent office space for whoever our congressperson is, no matter which party, we shouldn't, constituents should not have to go to the party headquarters of either party in order to meet the congressperson or discuss something. I think it should be in a public place. It would benefit Ithaca. It's a matter of goodwill, and it's, I think, a smart thing to do. We should be on our congressperson's good side, and it's a place that they could meet. When they're traveling through, give them a place to stop. I just think there's, you know, you can all come up with your own reasons. I think it's a good idea. I wasn't going to say anything about this, but, you know, I haven't heard anybody use this sort of proverb, you know, a rising tide lifts all boats. I think it's easy to say, you know, we can't afford it. We can't afford to, look, the economy's tight, there's a lot of inflation, we can't afford to raise the minimum wage. But I think that's a false, I don't think that's the proper conclusion, because sure, that benefits a few people, but I think, you know, on the premise of a rising tide lifts all boats, raise it and you'll help everybody. So thank you all. Thank you. Good luck to everybody.
Next up, Pei Soyinka Arawale.
Good evening, and thank you so much. My name is Pei. I'm chair of the Human Rights Commission, but I'm also here on my personal reasons. In the next 2 weeks, I hope we'll be able to give you updates about some of the really interesting work that we've been doing in terms of working with the homeless, women's experiences of healthcare discrimination, and so on. But I also want to support some of what fellow Commissioner Peaches has said about the issues of racism. About 3 months ago, I was the subject of death threats at the college, Ithaca College, and horrible, vile messages threatening sexual abuse, rape, burn my home. And it's difficult, you know, when a place you call your home turns against you. And I think what strikes me most as I look through this, you know, what it means, is that there's an area of the political scenario that's transforming, creating fractures in how people imagine life. And I'm here partly because I think you all have a responsibility and the power to help to change that discourse. The idea that fractures are growing in a community. It followed on the heels of a student threatening behavior outside my office door, to the point that my colleagues were writing, this is not a safe environment for her. And I think what shocks me most is that, you know, the administrators, you know, I asked for a simple ability to be flexible in occasionally going online if needed in view of that situation. And then the college says only with medical conditions can you teach virtually, even when your life is at risk. The sheriff's department is making rounds around my house, you know, officers were amazing, and this is, we often don't shout out when they do something different, but the officers, you know, came and they sat down as people. And what Peachy said about being an ally is not in words, it's in intervention. And I'm thankful that there was a struggle for diversity, having someone like Officer Nelson sit down and say, this is a horrific act of bigotry. And to then compare that with my administrators in a place where I've invested my life for over 25 years, dismiss it and say, unless you know you're dying of something, you cannot have any flexibility. So I'm here really because I think we need to change something. I'm a strong person, but I don't believe in that whole strong black woman thing, because it's often an excuse to ignore the perverse things that we, you know, come against. So I'm asking you all, as you talk to your constituents, as you reach out to them, remind them, this is not what Ithaca is supposed to be. This is not what Tompkins County is supposed to be. And we're fighting for that change, but we certainly need your leadership and your help. And I thank all of you also. Support what you're saying, I support what you're doing. So we can make that change happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Yolore Arawale.
Hi, everyone. My name is Yolore. Sorry, this is my first time speaking at one of these things, so bear with me through my notes. I've lived here for a long time, well, relatively. I went to Northeast, I went to DeWitt, went to IHS before going away to college, and now I've come back, and I'm serving on the Human Rights Commission as the Community Survey Coordinator in the Research and Policy Committee group. So we've been working on a survey for some time to take the pulse, as it were, of community members, and we want to do this across the entire county. And basically, we're trying to capture experiences and perceptions of those in the community that can help drive policy and social change along these lines, along housing, policing, a ton of different aspects of fundamental human rights. So this is nonpartisan or political, but we really want to get a holistic understanding of the human rights issues facing the counties. And we want to aggregate it in a really big way. So we are trying to get it across all demographics, all constituents, everything like that. And from those results, hopefully we can, see all the problems facing the community and just all this data, which would be really great, and hopefully come up with some different policies from you guys. So I'm just bringing it to your attention. We're going to be talking about it more in the upcoming weeks, and hopefully get it on the agenda, have a little presentation for you all and slides and everything. But we will need the help of everyone in the county to make sure we get the word out. We want to reach every area. We want to reach seniors. We want to reach everyone, well, 18 and up, because for the Institutional Review Board, we will not be using minors for this survey, but we do want to get it out to all demographics and have a really huge participation so that we can get the most holistic data possible. So I think that's really it for me. You'll be hearing more, and when we send you emails to forward it to your constituents, hopefully you'll be on board with that and support what we're trying to do here. So that's it.
So I only have one blue card left. If there's anybody else that wanted to speak that hasn't yet, this is your last call to go in the back of the room, grab a blue card, fill it out, bring it up. The last one I have in front of me is Stephanie Heslop.
Good evening. My name is Stephanie. I live in Ithaca, and I work for Cornell University, where I have coworkers in their 50s, 60s, and 70s working multiple jobs to make ends meet. Nobody should have to do that. Nobody should have to work multiple jobs. Least of all, people nearing retirement age, past retirement age, who do manual labor for a living. The work we do is really hard. People should be able to rest. They should be able to spend time with their families. Sometimes coworkers ask me where I live, and when I tell them I live in downtown Ithaca, the response every single time is, wow, are you rich? Yeah, and my response to that is, do you know where I work? Do you know what I do for a living? And they chuckle because they do know. I am not rich. I can afford to live in downtown Ithaca because I don't have kids, I don't have a car, and my apartment doesn't have heat. You have to pay a premium if you want to live in an apartment that's like legal and livable. It should not be this way, right? People should not be working poor. I'm glad that this is happening, that this conversation is happening, because it's really important, but it's also really strange to me that it's even a discussion whether people who work should make the bare minimum that they need to live. Like, we talk about this like it's a really progressive thing. The living wage is not a progressive thing. This is the most conservative thing that is not completely morally bankrupt. Yeah, I know that we all in here have disagreements about a lot of things, but I really hope that this is something that will get support from everyone, because I know each one of you has people in your district who are working poor, and I really want to believe that every single one of you care about your constituents and this community, okay? So thank you.
That is our last member of the public. We're next up for municipal officials, privilege of the floor. I see Robert Lynch from the town of Enfield. Mr. Lynch, did you want to speak in that capacity tonight?
I will just speak to follow up on a conversation I had here 3 weeks ago concerning something that was in process in the town of Enfield, and that is at our town board meeting on the 31st of July. It was an active meeting, but we decided then to put to the voters in November 3 ballot propositions, and they would extend the future terms for town supervisor, town clerk, and highway superintendent from 2 to 4 years. It wouldn't affect the current office holders, but those that would be elected in the next election cycle. It passed 4-1 by the town board, and it goes to the voters as state law requires. And they will decide in November whether to have these longer terms. As I understand it, only the town of Danby has a 2-year term for supervisor and clerk and highway superintendent. I know for supervisor anyway. But all the other towns have it 4 years. There was a desire by some on the board to have a longer term so that people elected could get up to speed before they had to face re-election. The other point of view was that the voters spoke to this in 2021, just 3 years ago, and it was too soon to ask them to decide what they had already decided. So it comes up for election in November, and we'll see what happens. Other than that, we are working on a few things like rewriting the dog law and working on the skate garden project, which there will, I guess, be skate garden concerts. They won't start quite so soon as we had hoped. They may start later this month after we get some insurance questions resolved. And that's where things stand in Enfield right now. Thank you.
Any questions or comments for Mr. Lynch? Okay, thank you. Are there any other municipal officials in the room that I am not aware of? Okay, it turns out we had one more person on Zoom, member of the public, that wanted to participate in privilege of the floor, so we'd like to do that now. Eric Rosario.
Great, hi, can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
Great, thank you. Thanks. Sorry that I couldn't be there in person, but my mobility is just temporarily limited. I wanted to speak because it's come to the attention of myself and other community members that the Tompkins County Community Justice Center is in danger of being written out of the 2025 county budget. There is an increasing and profound concern about this possibility. We are still accountable for funding a public safety strategy that was mandated by Executive Order 203 and enacted by the then governor, directing all law enforcement bodies in New York State to center the voices of people most vulnerable to bias in law enforcement and make that bias stop. And those most vulnerable being identified as county residents of color who are no longer concentrated in just 2 or 3 small neighborhoods in Ithaca, but reside throughout the county, partly due to gentrification and for other reasons. But the CJC received funding as a special project for 3 years, with the cost to be shared equally between the city of Ithaca and Tompkins County. And, I am a former alderman, acting mayor, and I understand budgetary pressures, but the CJC is playing a profound role in our community and is needed. There's nothing more profound and more important than public safety. And I would point out not only its great initiatives in sustaining and staffing community resource hubs in Lansing, Enfield, Groton, Slaterville, it's sustaining culturally responsive anti-bias and unconscious bias officer training and support, and its community healing sessions, which police officers and community members have found to be really helpful and impactful, but also the transparency through their data dashboard, which just one example has shown that while Black or African Americans represent just a little over 4% of our population, in terms of arrests, they make up 23 to 1% of all arrests. So it just helps us raise important questions about why there is such a disparity. Where would we be without the CZHC doing this kind of work? And so just call attention to the fact that we are talking about this possibility, are very concerned about it, and with only 2 paid staff members, it's a great investment for our community. So we urge you to continue it.
Okay, thank you. I just want to thank everybody that came out tonight to speak. It's quite a good crowd, quite a range of topics, so thank you. We are now up to legislator privilege of the floor. Shauna.
Thanks, Dan. I also want to thank everyone that took time out of their evening to come and spend time with us this evening. I specifically want to thank Commissioners Peaches and Payee for their time, their stories. I know that it's not always, it's very difficult to come here and to be vulnerable and to share your stories. But I want you to know that it made an impact, and it's important for us to hear these stories so that we can do something about it. I'm also really excited to hear about the growth for the Human Rights Commission. Many years ago, we had a fractured commission, and I think it's been about almost 7 years now that we have had new members that have joined. I'm excited to hear that there's now a policy committee that is doing some really great work, and I look forward to hearing what's going to come out of that committee. You're certainly welcome to come to the Health and Human Services Committee and present on the work that you're doing. But I want to just thank you, the commissioners. This is sometimes a thankless job, and I know it is a lot of hours, and you're just so invested in our community. And so I really want to thank you for that.
Mike Sigler.
I'll be quick. I do want to thank everybody for coming to this and speaking their mind on it. We'll certainly have, I think, a good discussion on it. I also wanted to thank Peaches and the other woman for coming. I'm glad that we're hearing about these incidences because, a lot of the general public just hasn't heard of them. So by coming to a meeting like this and getting it out there and talking about it, it certainly does, certainly drew, I think, a lot of people's attention to the problem. On a lighter note, obviously I represent the town of Lansing. Kyle Dake will be going for gold on Friday and Saturday. Very exciting, 4-time world champion. Just tremendous. I don't know, a lot of you may not know Kyle, but just a terrific person, great family person. Lost his father, Doug, who used to serve on the Lansing Town Board, and also just, frankly, a cornerstone of the community when he passed away. And just really looking forward to Kyle wrestling, and that'll be Friday at 5:30 a.m., but it will be on Friday. And there will be a watch party up at the Lansing Community Building. So if you want to make it up there at 5:30, please feel free to come on up and spend some money in the great town of Lansing. So.
Amanda.
Thanks. I have something I've written that I'm going to read that is on a completely different topic. This summer, I've taken up kayaking, and I've been putting my boat in the water in a variety of places around Ithaca. This past weekend, I went to Cayuta Lake over near Odessa on the way to Watkins Glen. Cayuta Lake is a lovely place to paddle. The lake is about 2 miles long and has a great kayak launch. There are a number of homes around the lake, but there's also a lot of undeveloped shoreline. I got my kayak down from my car, hauled it to the launch, and was hit by a very nasty smell. The water was green with a layer of what looked like oily paint on top. I launched anyway and paddled away from shore, hoping that this was just some pollution at the dock area. The smell dissipated, but the water was thick and warm. The only way that I can think to describe it is that it was like egg drop soup. I could see slimy, stringy layers of under the water moving. It was the grossest thing I've ever seen. I paddled out farther, but the water still didn't clear up. I pulled out my phone to check the DEC HABs map, and sure enough, about a month ago, a lake-wide toxic algal bloom was confirmed on Cayuga Lake. Harmful algal blooms are the result of cyanobacteria that multiply rapidly and produce toxins. Hot weather, nutrient levels, and circulation of the water, along with farm and stormwater runoff, all contribute to creating blooms. You shouldn't swim in water with a bloom, and you shouldn't let your pets swim in a bloom. You should not eat fish caught in water with a bloom. You should not drink water from a bloom area, even if you filter it or boil it. Some of the symptoms of HABs-related illness may include skin, ear, eye, nose, or throat irritation, respiratory issues, lethargy, paralysis, tremors or seizures, and abdominal pain, diarrhea, or vomiting. HABs have been confirmed on 9 of the 11 Finger Lakes this summer. Canisius Lake and Honeoye Lake have lake-wide blooms and public health advisories. Seneca Lake had as many as a dozen blooms solely on July 29th. Skaneateles Lake, which provides water to the city of Syracuse, had 4 blooms in the past week. Most of the Finger Lakes have had to close public swimming areas at various times this year and in previous years. Over the past 7 years, stakeholders around Owasco Lake, such as the town of Owasco and the city of Auburn, have been working to develop rules and regulations to protect the water quality of their lake. And remember that part of Tompkins County and Groton and Dryden are in the Owasco Lake watershed. Their most recent regulations were created in 1984 and do not reflect current environmental realities for the dozens of villages and towns that use Owasco for drinking water. It was a long revision process, which I could not begin to explain to you, but it had to go through New York State for approval. Last week, the DEC finally responded regarding the Owasco Lake proposed updates. They denied any revisions to the lake's rules and regulations. New York State said that amendments are not necessary, this is a quote, amendments are not necessary to ensure potable water quality for the foreseeable future. The day after they sent that notification, 2 beaches on Owasco Lake were closed due to toxic HABs. I did not stay long on my boat on Cayuga Lake this weekend. I definitely did not touch the water and mostly floated so as not to splash any water on my legs. My paddling afternoon was ruined, but that's not why I'm telling you all of this. As I floated, I noticed a turtle come up for air ahead of me. He bobbed for a minute and then dove down again. Then a fish splashed nearby. Later, I spotted a juvenile green heron in the reeds looking for fish. I can choose to not touch the water or drink the water or play in the water, but the turtles, the fish, the birds, the frogs, the insects, they don't know that they're living in poison. That is their home and they have nowhere else to go. I don't know what it will take for us to change our habits and protect our lakes, but I hope we do it soon. If we don't have water, we don't have anything. I'm going to send this to our clerks to be in the minutes, and I've included the links to both the DEC Harmful Algal Blooms page as well as our local Community Science Institute, which does a lot of research and monitoring of HABs. Thank you.
Travis.
I want to thank everybody that spoke this evening. You know, we heard the 2 stories about racism and prejudice and fear. There's a lot of agencies, organizations, and groups in this community that address that behavior every day. It's something that people have talked about for decades in this community. It goes up and down in terms of people in the public who aren't affected by it hearing about it. As leaders in this community, as lawmakers, I hope when you hear these stories, it moves you to speak up, to be called to action when there's opportunities for you to stand up and be heard. This is the life that people of color, especially Black people, live on a daily basis in this community. And it's very real, it's very frightening, it's very scary. It doesn't change, it doesn't stop. It exists all the time. More often than not, it exists behind our backs, behind the scenes. It's not as blatant. What we've seen over the last 8 years is it become more and more in our face. It's more and more open. People feel that they can just say these things and it's okay. And when people that look like them don't address it, don't shoot it down and stay silent, it just keeps happening more and more. And it becomes something that people feel like it's just okay for them to do. It's just all right. It's all right to send death threats. It's all right to call little Black kids at the park a nigger. In Ithaca, at Stewart Park, right? Like, it's just okay. That's what we do here. And so I encourage you all, when you see these behaviors, when you hear about these behaviors, to get involved, to speak up, to say something, because if you don't, it just continues. And folks that look like us, we just have to continue to live in that. And it's not fair. And the only way that it ever changes is if the entire community says to folks who engage in these behaviors that this isn't okay. Not just us, not the people that look like me, not the people that do that work, but the entire community has to say, nah, that's not cool. Whether you're a Democrat, a Republican, man, and whatever, you have to speak up, because it's not fair, it's not right for us to live in a world that feels and looks like that.
Thank you. Susan.
Yes, I wanted to thank Paye, Yulore, and Peaches for coming as well. I have the privilege and the honor to serve as the liaison to the Human Rights Commission, and recently they offered an incredible program. It was part of their Unmute Yourself. I mentioned it at, I think, Health and Human Services, and it was a YouTube program where women shared their experiences in healthcare, and it was women of all races and ages, and it was eye-opening. I believe it's still available on YouTube, and I would encourage everyone to watch that. And I applaud the work that they're doing. They're working very hard to, you heard the survey, and I hope that we would help her with that and make sure that that goes out to the entire community. So thank you to you.
Mike Lane.
These are dangerous times. All you have to do is look at the state, local, national, world news to see all the strange things that are happening all at once. We know about the war in Ukraine. We know what's happening in Israel and now Lebanon. People are being killed. More people are likely to be killed. As much as our government tries to keep a lid on things, it just keeps going. Look what's happened in England, which is generally pretty stable. They're having riots caused by fake news about immigrants. We have fake news here. We have leadership, some leaders, I should say, some political leaders throw red meat to their base by some of the things that they say and do. And you can think through, and you know the folks I'm talking about. We need to be civil with one another. We have to do that all the time. This incident we heard about tonight at Stewart Park is disgusting. But nationally, we're hearing these kinds of things. We're hearing bias speeches, and we're hearing racist kinds of things. We're seeing the divides between rich and poor that haven't been so extensive before. I just wanted to talk about the fact that we are in dangerous times, and we don't know what's going to happen. The stock market goes up one day, and the stock market goes down the next day. And these are quite normal, but people launch into them for political purposes and say this is caused by so-and-so or such and such. Think carefully about what's happening. Think carefully about what we say, and strive to be civil.
Veronica.
I also want to thank everyone who came to speak. I'll save any comments on minimum wages for that resolution. I guess first quickly to Bob Lynch, who's not here anymore, but will probably listen to this. Thank you for quoting me back at us. It was a bizarre experience to listen to. He did get it right. For the record, and for Mr. Lynch, I've been using they, them pronouns these days, and if you want to call me a title, it's doctor, but also, like, please call me Veronica. And just for the record, I do stand by what I said yesterday, and also one of the important considerations that we hear from our staff who are doing a ton of work on the Community Recovery Fund money and whole project, and who I trust, is that there is just a lot of paperwork and stacked deadlines in order to appropriately use the funding. And so it may not seem like we are in a time crunch with, 4.5 months left to allocate it, but we are, and we do have to, play by the rules and respect that. I also thank you to Peaches and Pei for bringing up your experiences, which is important to share. Other people have said it better. I think, thanks Travis for sharing your piece. I completely co-sign everything Travis said about we have to make it not normal in like every little everyday life for people to use hate speech. And it does work. I've been listening to some podcasts recently, one about the punk scene in Portland in the 80s and 90s, which started to be infiltrated by neo-Nazis, and these regular people took a hard line saying, this is not okay, and they drove them out. In the 20-teens, the furry community also started to get infiltrated by Nazis, and they took a hard line and said, yeah, I know, it's weird, look it up. And they got them out of there just by individual people being like, we are not gonna tolerate this. And I know it can, I don't necessarily do a good job of speaking up in a moment. I still think about 8 years ago, I was riding in the back of a pickup truck at a job, and in the front seat was coworkers, a white woman and a black man, and the white woman said the N-word full out, not in a aggressively hateful way, she was just referring to something. And I was so startled that I did not interrupt to push back. And I also thought to myself, well, the black man there, well, he didn't seem bothered by it, so who am I to speak up? That's not the right thinking, not at all. And I still, I think about that a lot. I was just feeling both shocked and awkward, and if I could do it again, I would interrupt and be like, I don't need to go into a tirade, just whoa, what did you say? We do not need to refer to what she was referring to. And there could be a conversation from there. And I guess I'm sharing this publicly to hold myself accountable and to hope that it helps someone else too.
Randy.
Yeah, Amanda, thanks for your comment on the lakes. That's also known as Little Lake. A lot of people call it in that region. My mom and her brothers and sisters used to take wagons there from where they lived back in the 30s and 40s. So it's a cool little lake. It's too bad what's happening there. I'm on a committee that is managed by Human Service and Coalition, and it's a program that provides funding through FEMA for emergency relief. I represent the legislature on that committee. We've been having quite a few meetings. Every year or so, the federal government provides funds for emergency things like food and evictions and even transportation related to for food. We've had numerous meetings, and the meetings are 3 hours long. We had 13 applicants for $30,000. That's all that's provided this year. And so each one of those organizations comes and gives a presentation. They give good documentation. The Human Service Coalition does an incredible job of gathering all this data, and because it's a federal agency, so a lot of I's, a lot of T's are crossed. And but it was really amazing when you go through those presentations, the work that our local organizations are doing. So I think that's a little optimism there, and also the people on the board that are volunteering all their time. But but $30,000 doesn't go very far, and so the federal government has cut that funding. They provided $130 million for the entire United States for this program, which is almost nothing. So they're looking at doling out $2,000 here, $3,000 there, which is really not much money at all. But we can spend $150, $180 billion on wars. So I think that maybe our priorities just aren't quite straight. So thanks. On a different note, Newfield has a one-room schoolhouse that they saved that's 130 years old, and there's an open house in Newfield on Saturday from 10 to 2 if you wanted to see what school was like 100 years ago. So.
Ann.
Thank you. I wanted to thank everybody that came up to speak to us today, and as others said, we're going to be taking up next the resolution regarding minimum wage, so we'll talk about it then. I wanted to speak to two things, and one was in reference to my colleague, Legislator Champion, spoke about the DEC decision that came down about the Owasco Lake watershed. What I want to add to that, and as you know, that the Cayuga Lake Watershed Organization has been waiting for this decision to come down to see if we were going to be able to put in more controls and more protections for Cayuga Lake's watershed, for the lake and the entire watershed. So this is a huge blow to our watershed here. So thank you, Amanda, for that eloquent and touching story, which it's a real story and it's very sad. So we'll have to figure out where to go from here. I also wanted to thank Pei and Peaches for coming to speak to us today. And I wanted to thank all those in the community who have the courage to speak up. And I wanted to say I'm sorry to those many people in the community that have to live this prejudice every single day. And I second what some of my colleagues and folks that have come to speak to us have said, but especially speaking about, or to my colleagues here regarding speaking up about injustices. We are role models in the community. We have privilege, we have power. So I implore all of us to speak up, say something, not just when it happens, but at other times. So please consider that. Thank you.
Any other legislators for privilege of the floor? Rich.
Thanks, Dan. Travis, thanks for your comments. Certainly, I agree. And thank you to everybody who came and spoke. I had something I wanted to share that's a little bit happier news, which is Dr. Aloja Arowele has been invited to the New York Times Changemakers Luncheon September 25th in New York City. And he's there to talk about, can marginalized communities power the clean energy workforce? And the reason he got invited, because he's been leading Career Pathways, which is a collaboration among Tompkins County not-for-profits and agencies to work together to try to find career pathways, including in the clean energy fields, for some of the hardest to employ, people coming out of jail, prison, recovery, or the chronically unemployed. And he's just been tireless in working on it. And to my colleagues, we helped make that happen, and we should be proud about it too. So that's, I think, a really exciting thing. Thanks.
Any other legislator privilege of the floor? I have a few items that I'd like to talk about, county items, in my chair's report. Tompkins County Sheriff's Department recently received accreditation from the New York State Law Enforcement Accreditation Council. The Law Enforcement Agency Accreditation Program is voluntary and is designed to improve an agency's effectiveness, efficiency, and professionalism, to promote training, and to foster public confidence in law enforcement. Agencies must meet a set of standards in 3 categories: administration, training, and operations. Accreditation provides formal recognition that an agency meets or exceeds expectations of quality, demonstrates that the agency performs in a professional manner, has formalized policies in place to govern its operational procedures and practices, and that its employees contribute to the agency's mission and know what is expected of them. Congratulations to our Sheriff's Department. At our last county legislature meeting, after we passed 2 resolutions concerning Block 14, I blurted out, "Good luck, world, in figuring out what we just did." Well, the world did have a little trouble figuring out what we did, and I feel the need to clarify something. The front page of a local news outlet had the headline that the county is eyeing Block 14 for our center of government. That is not at all accurate. Our plan for a center of government is located on land the county already owns, where the former Key Bank stands and where the Board of Elections is. It's a stone's throw from where I sit now. Block 14 is a few streets over, and there is an outside local development corporation that is interested in acquiring the county's property there. So just to state it again clearly, the county has no plans to build a center of government on Block 14. There were a series of storms in July that caused damage in Tompkins County. The storm on July 15th resulted in the most widespread damage. The 911 call center, run by the Tompkins County Department of Emergency Response, handled 455 calls in 24 hours. That is believed to be a single-day record for Tompkins County. The call volume got so heavy that the Cortland County Department of Emergency Response and Communications assisted with handling overflow 911 calls. Thank you to our neighbors in Cortland County. Although the 911 call center performed amazingly that day, they perform amazingly every day. Each year, they receive over 30,000 911 calls, more than 110,000 non-emergency calls. They handle approximately 65,000 police incidents and 24,000 fire and rescue incidents. Our Department of Emergency Response operates quietly in the background so that the rest of us can sleep at night. That is my chair's report. We are now going to go to Resolution I, as we agreed earlier, that we're going to move around items in the agenda. We have 2 people that are going to be joining us remotely via Zoom. I believe they're both Zoom. And they are here to answer questions if legislators have them during the debate. And I'm going to let them introduce themselves. If they're, Dominic, are they on now? Can you tell? They are. Okay. I guess I can't see them, so. Okay, thank you. Okay, so we have Dennis Fan. Dennis, can you introduce yourself and tell us, who you are?
might not have had audio connected yet.
Okay. Hi, Dennis, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Very good, thank you. Could you introduce yourself and tell us who you represent?
My name is Dennis Van. I'm an associate clinical professor at Columbia Law School, and I've been thinking about the minimum wage project for quite some time, but also I run the appellate litigation clinic at Columbia Law School, so I'm happy to answer any questions about minimum wage as it comes to the legal aspects of it as I'm able to.
Very good, thank you, and just stand by, we'll see how the conversation goes. And then we also have Paul San. Paul, can you say hello and introduce yourself, tell us where you're from?
Sure, thanks so much. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, thank you, go ahead.
Hey there, great. Thank you so much for the chance to join you. My name is Paul San. I'm the State Policy Program Director at the National Employment Law Project. We're a New York-based national policy and research organization focused on labor and employment policy, and we work extensively with Congress and state and local governments on a wide range of employment and labor policy, including the minimum wage, and have worked with dozens of cities and counties on local minimum wage policy. And be delighted to try to answer any questions that you may have this evening.
Thank you, welcome, and likewise, if you would just stand by, and then if we have questions for you, we'll make sure you have an opportunity to get back on, okay? Would somebody like to move Resolution I? Greg Mezzi.
Do you want me to?
Oh, I don't know. Sorry, it's coming out of your committee, so.
I have a point of order.
Go ahead.
My point of order is just that this resolution has substantially changed from what came out of committee. It would just seem appropriate. Over 50% of it's changed. Even the title has changed. It would just seem appropriate that this would be a member-filed resolution as opposed to something that was coming out of committee.
Point of information.
Go ahead.
We've not made any changes to what's being moved. This is in anticipation of amendment that I will make on the floor once the original is moved. So that's why it was prepared in advance for everyone to have it. But what I'm moving is what came out of committee. And then I will propose an amendment, and that can be debated or accepted.
Okay, that sounds like it's an order to me, yep. So go ahead, Ann.
One in a second.
Okay, go ahead, Greg.
All right, thanks, Dan. I'd like to move resolution number I, implementation of higher county-wide minimum wage with local law establishment, ID number 12555.
Ann, seconds?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, Greg, do you want to keep going?
Yeah, so this did come out of committee. It was unanimous of members present. Mr. Sigler asked to be excused for that meeting, so just want to make that point clear. The intent of this resolution is to one, put the discussion of such an important topic to the full legislature, and try to build consensus that this is a direction that we should be going down in starting the conversations, formally allocating staff time, understanding what resources may be involved, understanding the community-wide impact. That's the intent. There are some unique challenges with local entity proposing a minimum wage higher than what the state minimum wage is. And that's something we can get into here shortly. But the intent of the resolution that came out of committee, and I would ask any committee members to correct me if I'm misgeneralizing, please, is that this was to get the ball rolling, to convene those that need to be at the table, to start those conversations, to appropriately allocate staff time, to understand the community impact, both from a labor and employer standpoint. And so that was the intent of the resolution. If I may, I would like to propose an amendment to that resolution, which I've prepared and submitted in all of your red folders. If I could move this as amended, and would ask that if it's friendly to the body and to the seconder, but if there's any objection, I'm happy to explain the rationale behind it.
Okay, so Greg is proposing this as an amendment, and by our rules, if there's anybody that objects to that as a friendly amendment, they should speak up.
It's friendly to me.
Well, it only has to be friendly to the seconder, right?
No,
No.
it can't have objection.
Anybody in the legislature can object, and it'll then have to go to a vote as an amendment rather than as a given.
Okay, I would object to that. It's too different from what the original was. I mean, I don't think you'll have a problem with the vote. The two are, I mean, they really are very different resolutions, so.
Okay, so Greg, you're moving it as an amendment.
And
Somebody want to and is also seconding the amendment. Okay, so we are here now to discuss the amendment.
May I?
Please.
Yes. All right, so this came from a number of conversations with colleagues as we prepared for this, and looking at clarifying language. There was confusion, I believe, around, was this a living wage resolution? Was it a minimum wage resolution? What was the intent of the committee? And the hopes here was to clarify some language, not substantively change the intent, but the titles changed to Exploration of a Tompkins County-wide Minimum Wage, which was the intent, to clarify a little bit of a confusing title. It also takes an additional step, but one that would have been necessary in the conversation anyways, which is encouraging New York State to support counties that wish to increase the minimum wage for their counties above a New York State minimum wage. It also asked that this be sent to our New York State leadership and representatives, and also I think clarifies the deliverables and what the intent really is, which is to explore the impacts of a county-wide minimum wage that is higher than the New York State minimum wage, and that we work to draft potential legislation that would then need to be reviewed by the legislature, and such a draft could include things like calculations and methodology for annual adjustments, enforcement provisions, and any exemptions or special considerations deemed necessary. So it really was a cleanup of the conversation. It was intended to clarify a few maybe easily misunderstood sentences and word structure. So that was the intent of this amendment.
Thank you. Just to be clear, I'm not sure we said this. This is in your red folders. There's two versions. There's the clean version and where you can see the changes. And then for anybody else in the room, there are some printed copies in the back there. So help yourself. And if we run out, let us know. We'll get some more. All right. Shauna had her hand up.
Thank you. I'll just make this short. I think part of the concern when I initially read the resolution was that we were using interchangeably minimum wage and living wage. And so we wanted to make that consistent in the resolution because there are two separate things. We also wanted to, whenever we worked on this resolution, make sure that we can have consensus. I mean, that's how government works. That's how this legislature works. And so that was considered as well. The one thing that was pending that we did seem to add towards the end in one of the resolves was there was some feedback at one point that we should actually go down parallel paths. And if there's an option for us to contact our representatives in the legislature, for us to get them involved and perhaps go down the path of having them apply for a home rule so that we could do it on that level. So, you know, I think what we were trying to do with this resolution was really listen to the voices and try and get as much buy-in as possible. And so we tried to do that, and that's why we have the amended version of this resolution.
Amanda.
Thanks, everybody who worked on this. I definitely support the idea of looking into it, asking the questions. I'm glad that the sentence was added to explore the impacts of a countywide minimum wage, because that's what I support. I don't know at this point if I would support a living wage local law, or, you know, I don't know what that would be like, but that's what the point of this is to try to find out those answers. my concern, as it often is that our staff are already overloaded and have all kinds of projects going on. And, you know, I've asked the question, like, what's the time frame on this? And I guess I would look to Lisa and maybe Greg as the chair of the committee. You know, I don't think we need to put a time frame in here, but I don't want it to be misconstrued that, okay, they're going to drop everything and work on this tomorrow, or we're going to wait 3 years and work on it. I mean, I think it has to be a reasonable expectation of when things can be worked on. So I guess that's sort of a question.
Lisa, do you want to respond?
Sure. In terms of allocation of staff time in county administration, I would look to this body to reallocate. We've got 3 RFPs out for emergency shelter and the development of a pilot program, a center of government RFQ review and continued work to that effect, 2025 budget development and meetings through October. We still have the ARPA grant administration and recovery funds, strategic plan implementation, ongoing management of county departments, and then the transition and leadership in county administration. So it's not in our 2024 work plan. It could be worked into 2025, but I would look to what other priorities would fall down on the list to accommodate it. Or we could look to the use of consultant time to assist to move this forward. But I think without an infusion of additional staff time or consultant time, it's not going to be able to take place until 2025.
Mike Sigler.
I just had a question because, I'm sorry I missed the meeting. I had a work commitment, but it was my understanding that the county attorney had some concerns about whether, say we were to do this study and we decide to make our minimum wage something different. It was my understanding that we would not be allowed to even do that. Is that not the case? I would just like to hear from the county attorney on it.
Point of order.
Sorry, who said that? Shauna, go ahead.
Yeah, I just questioned if these comments are actually specific to the amendment, because it doesn't feel like it is.
Well, isn't the amendment calling for a study?
I think it is relevant because if we vote on this amendment, when we vote on this amendment and it passes, that is the end of we're not substituting. Am I correct in my interpretation? In other words, we are debating them. No.
No, then the original resolution is back.
It would become the original resolution.
Okay.
Then it'd still be open for discussion.
Thank you, Shauna. Then you're saying that we should just be discussing whether to amend.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
That could be, yeah.
Yes, I agree with that interpretation.
Could you explain that again, Dan?
Yes.
Your interpretation is that we're discussing whether to amend, not discussing this amendment per se at this point.
Yes.
Thank you.
I know it's a subtle, like there's a lot of overlap, but does anyone want to suggest a different interpretation? I'm open to hearing that.
It's fine. I'll table the question. Not table the question, but I'll just bring up the question later. It's not a big deal.
It'll come back. Yeah. Okay. I have Randy.
So you lost me. I'm listening to everybody else, and now we came back to, we're just talking about the amendment to the original resolution.
Correct.
Which I'm fine with. Okay, so moving forward. But as far as debating this, I've got questions on it. Okay, all right, okay.
Greg.
Yeah, so I'd like to respond to the amendment as it relates to the allocation of staff time, which I fully recognize and understand is precious and at competition with priorities. I think the intent here, trying to include the committee structure, was to make it less of a directive on staff and staff time, and more of a responsibility of the committee to work with staff time, community stakeholders, outside experts, you know, big tent, bring them all together kind of mentality. That was my intent in addressing this resolution, because the original resolution that came out of committee, where it essentially says that the county legislature directs the county attorney, county administrator, and other county staff as needed to collaborate with community stakeholders to develop an effective and sustainable minimum wage policy and draft a local law. You can continue to read the rest of the strikeout at the bottom of page 1. The intent was put this back into committee, allow the committee to have the discussion with multiple parties, multiple stakeholders, so that it didn't solely rest on the shoulders of the county administrator and the county attorney. Obviously, we will need some staff participation, without question. We cannot do what we do without all of you. But the goal was to lighten that load a little bit through more of a collective, cooperative, collaborative type approach.
So I'm sorry for getting a little lost there. I think what we should be debating is the changes from the original to this. Otherwise, we're going to have to vote on the original again. So I apologize for getting a little lost in the mud there. Veronica.
Because we were lost in the mud, but right now we're talking about whether to replace the resolution with this amended version, I'd like to call the question on amending.
Is there a second? Amanda seconds. So calling the question means we're voting to end debate. So all in favor of calling the question?
Got to
Roll call.
Roll call.
Okay. So this is in favor of ending debate, calling the question. Deborah?
Yes.
You should call it.
Shauna?
Yes.
Travis?
Yes.
Randy?
Yes.
Amanda?
Yes.
Susan?
Yes.
Deborah?
Will I get to vote twice?
No.
Once, though.
Yes.
Rich?
Yes.
Yes. Mike Lane?
Yes.
Greg Mezzi?
Yes.
Veronica?
Yes.
Lee?
Yes.
Mike Sigler?
No.
Dan Klein?
Yes.
13 ayes, 1 no. The question's called.
Okay, so we're voting on the amendment.
Are we speaking to the amendment?
Voting to make it the amendment, to make it the,
Debate was,
No, we're not debating
called.
anymore. Now we're voting on the amendment.
We have to vote.
so now we're going to vote.
The amendment will become the resolution.
Randy, do you have a point of order? Or?
I'm completely lost now.
Yes.
Okay. So I thought that we were voting to substitute the amendment for the original one.
That's what the vote will be now.
We were
Yeah.
Okay,
calling the
but
question.
I have questions for our experts here related to this. So did I miss my turn?
No.
No.
So now this is going to be called and then there'll be discussion. Okay, all right, I'm fine.
You want to explain what this next
We're
vote is?
voting on whether the resolution on the floor is technically the version that was in our agenda packet,
Right.
not the red folder version. So the vote we're about to take is whether to replace that with the red folder version.
I thought
If
we
it
just-
passes, then the red folder version will be on the table up for discussion, and we can debate.
So now we're voting to
Whether you want
move to this one.
whether you want that to be the main motion or
I thought that's
not.
what we're doing before, so I'm sorry.
Yeah, and I again apologize. I'm not sure why I'm not firing on all cylinders right now. I feel like I am. Okay, any more questions about what we're voting on? Roll call, please.
Okay, Shauna Black?
Yes.
Travis Brooks?
Yes.
Randy Brown?
Yes.
Amanda Champion?
Yes.
Susan Curry?
Yes.
Deborah Dawson?
Yes.
Rich John?
Yes.
Ann Corman?
Yes.
Mike Lane?
yes.
Greg Mezzi?
Yes.
Veronica Pillar?
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff?
Yes.
Mike Sigler?
No.
Dan Klein?
Yes.
13 ayes, 1 no.
Okay, so now what's in your packet, Red folder is the main motion. That's what we're debating. Okay, so Shauna, go ahead.
Yeah, so I just want to go back to the staff time, because I've heard that loud and clear that's one of our concerns, and I share that concern. I think what's important to look at is the fact that as a priority, for one, we've been talking about living wage here in Tompkins County for at least over a decade. And each time we talk about it, we kind of hem and haw, and we don't really go anywhere. One of the things that we have done as legislators and we have done as a county is we've built a strategic operations plan. And one of the things that I know everyone has a handout on their table tonight, one of the priorities that we've actually, as a group, have notified is economic opportunity and quality of life, to increase residents' quality of life and support a thriving, inclusive, sustainable local economy. Tompkins County will use its resources and partnerships to advance access to living wage jobs, appealing, affordable, and attainable housing, and safe and affordable transportation options for people traveling to jobs and services. So whenever we came up with this, we at some point thought it was a good idea. One of the options that we have as a legislature, especially in coming up in our 2025 budget, is to hire a consultant if we feel like our staff is going to be overburdened and might not be able to take on any more duties. And so I would propose at some point, if we feel that Lisa and her staff cannot handle taking on what it would take for us to move forward with this resolution, that we keep in mind that that's an option.
Mike Sigler.
I'm glad you said that, because that's actually something I wanted to say. I just want to remind everyone, you remember this, that we did a county study of salaries not that long ago. And to do that, we actually did go to outside people to kind of put together that study. And we found, thankfully, we were pretty much in line. That's not why I bring it up, though. It was just, we didn't have our staff do that. I have a lot of concern about the living wage that's going to be coming up in November. I mean, they are talking $24 an hour. We're a living wage employer. I mean, if you just do back of the envelope math, we have 700 employees, 40 hours a week, $6 an hour. I mean, we're talking wage compression, 52 weeks. I mean, you're looking at over $8 million that could end up costing the county. And that's something I would like our staff to look at. I mean, that's something that I think we do need to. And I like what Shauna said about, if this is something that we want to study, maybe we do put money aside into the next year's budget. As for the home rule issue, listen, I believe in home rule. I like home rule in New York State. It's in the New York State Constitution. I believe in it. I just don't know if Albany believes in it. Frankly, I mean, I live in a town now that is going to get buried in solar panels, and nobody seems to care about home rule when it comes to that. So it's a little hard for me to kind of look at the home rule that's in the Constitution and think that that's still upheld in New York State. I also, some of the things that have been brought up, I have a great deal of concern that every job is going to be a living wage job, and this is part of the reason I voted not to change this. Is I understand what Greg is saying. The folks here, like, you wanted to make this different. You wanted to make this a minimum wage thing and not a living wage thing. But everybody that was sitting behind me, they all think that this is a living wage thing, not a minimum wage thing. I mean, from what everybody was saying, they were talking about living wage, including a former city councilor who talked about a job he worked at the minimum wage and how, a business shouldn't exist if they can't pay a living wage. I mean, I hear that a lot. I really do think this is a much bigger thing than just a committee kind of talking about it and kind of bringing in staff. I do, if we're going to look at it, we need to take a hard look at it, and that's going to cost some money to do. I worry. I mean, Big Lots is closing up by me. A lot of these, you got even smaller businesses, the Range. I know of 3 businesses on the Commons that are all closing. And I guess that goes under the theory, if you can't afford to pay a living wage. And some of these jobs did pay pretty well, like $20 an hour, but 24, no. And now they're not going to exist. And I don't know if these summer jobs, like the lifeguard at the Alex Haley pool, if we were to say that all of those jobs are going to be paying $24 an hour and a living wage, I don't know if that can continue. And that is really where I think part of this study needs to be concerned about those jobs. So that's about it. Thanks.
Randy.
Okay, yes, I have a few questions for Dennis and Paul, or maybe Greg can answer them as well, I don't know. But you talk about home rule. Is there any county in New York State now that has put their own minimum wage forward and the state has approved? And the second one is there any experience with enforcing a minimum wage? How would that process work?
Yeah, I'm happy to take a first stab at that and then hand off the mic to Paul. Currently, there isn't any county with a specific minimum wage that's above what the state standard is. I think a lot of counties have been scared off by this 1962 ruling by the New York Court of Appeals and by the First Department. It was a summary affirmance of a First Department decision that was a very fractured court at that time, and they included no reasoning in the decision. So I think a lot of folks for pretty much decades have thought that, perhaps we don't know if we have the authority, and they've lived in this state of legal uncertainty about where the authority comes from and whether they have the authority to do it, and whether local minimum wage law would be preempted by state law. But what I can say is that the law since then has shifted dramatically. At least in terms of the preemption doctrines that you look at, the analysis that the First Department did there isn't something at all that looks like what modern, textualists or even modern constitutional scholars would look at. And so in that sense, I think there's any sort of statute or any sort of local law that's as important as the minimum wage would get probably challenged in court, and we can expect that, right? If any state passes a right to abortion, there's going to be a lot of people who are going to be litigating about it. So that's something to think about and something to watch out for, but it's also kind of one of the requirements of taking proactive steps, and one of the requirements of county legislators and kind of the courage and the bravery to take those steps. So anyway, Paul, you have more knowledge about sort of across the country than I do for this.
Sure, I'm happy. That question about implementing the minimum wage, over the past, back in 2000, there really were very few local minimum wages in the United States. But over the past 20, 25 years, we've seen increasing numbers of counties and cities adopt minimum wages higher than their state minimum wages. And this has been overwhelmingly driven by localities with high costs of living that have, been driven, by rapidly rising local rents. So today there are more than 50 cities and counties in about 9 states that have adopted higher local minimum wages. And these cities and counties have found that these higher wages have been, one effective strategy combined with others for helping, ensure that paychecks for workers at the bottom keep better pace with local living costs. And the cities and counties who've adopted higher local wages have included large communities like Chicago or LA or Seattle or Minneapolis, but also a lot of small cities and college towns like Flagstaff, Arizona, Boulder, Colorado, Portland, Maine, and Santa Fe, New Mexico. And I'd be happy to go into the details of how they've handled implementation and enforcement, but many of those, there are quite a few cities or counties of under 100,000, Tompkins size or smaller, running from the gamut from like Portland, Maine, which is 70,000, to Sonoma, California, which is a city of 10,000, and they've most of those do not have much city staffing that they can dedicate to enforcement, but there's a pretty well-established roadmap for making it manageable, which and the short version is they rely on a private right of action for enforcement, where workers can, if they're underpaid, they could potentially bring a lawsuit to enforce their rights. But that seldom is proven necessary, that there's a high level of voluntary compliance with these local minimum wages, and that the cities have focused just on, kind of
worker and employer kind of education and facilitation, making people, helping people understand, what the higher wage law requires and how to comply with it. And they've typically done that with, a fraction, of an FTE employee. Obviously, the more resource capacity you can dedicate to it, the better. But these small communities don't have a lot of extra staffing there. I think much like Tompkins County, and they have found workable strategies for communities their size.
Thank you.
Andy, were you finished?
For my questions, yes.
Yeah, okay. Lee?
Bear with me for a few minutes. The thoughts I had on this were developed in the realm of the original resolution, but as I study the amendment and the substituted resolution, I think they're probably more geared to that. If there's anything that we do well in Tompkins County, it's study things. And maybe some of the comments that I have, Housing and Economic Development Committee, would factor into this study as it moves forward. And I think some of what I want to offer you could be useful in a number of different ways. Listening to the comments from the audience tonight, or from those that spoke under privilege of the floor, I understand maybe there's a bubble that we live in the greater Tompkins County area, but coming from where I come from, it's really a tale of two economies. Let me explain that. You've got greater Ithaca and you've got the distant townships. And I took a little exception to the former common councilor's comments regarding running a business. And I have a business, and my district is nestled between two counties, Cortland and Cayuga. And the business I operate has two locations, one in Tompkins and one in Cayuga. And the market that I work with is much broader than the township I'm in, or the portion of Tompkins County that I'm in. And the competition that I face out there, if you want to call it that, the choices people make to use my services really don't come from the Ithaca area. I'm competing in Cortland and Cayuga counties, in addition to the Groton area and northern Lansing and northeast Dryden and so on. And I have to look at my business from a standpoint of competing with those that have different cost considerations. Legislation like the original resolution that was put forward would put me as a local business at a competitive disadvantage with those that are in adjacent counties. Makes it hard for me to price and stay competitive. And while I'll tell you, I do pay a living wage to those that work for me, that's a little better than what most of the businesses out in my district can do. The other thing is that the cost of living in my district is a little bit different. I rent apartments, single bedroom, even two bedroom apartments in the $600 to $800 range. Well, that's a lot different than here in the city of Ithaca. My look into the research shows a studio apartment in Ithaca is about $1,500 on average, that a single bedroom apartment's $1,800 on average. We also have, I don't want to call it a luxury, but in the village of Groton, where about 40% of my constituents are, we have our own municipal electric system. We heat our houses at about half the price of what others in the county pay. So the cost of living is a bit different out our way. But even then, you don't have to go far to see differences in the cost of living. I crossed the county border yesterday, and the cost of fuel is 10 cents a gallon less. And I crossed the border, and the property taxes are about 2/3 of what they are here in Tompkins County. So it does cost more wherever you are in Tompkins County to live versus our neighboring areas. And this brings me to the conundrum that I see in raising this.
with the workforce that's in my district. There are a lot of people that make minimum wage, and those people are in the small businesses, they're in the farms, and they're in the nonprofit agencies. And let me give you 3 examples. I was interested to hear Herb Engman's comments regarding Green Springs Cemetery. They sell graves up there for $1,000 a piece, or $1,100. I don't know what the raise was, Dan, but
$1,100.
I'm president of the board at the Groton Rural Cemetery. We sell graves for $600 a piece, and we're barely able to survive with the budget that we have. The help that we have works on a seasonal basis. They pay minimum wage. An increase to a living wage or even an increase in the minimum wage would devastate that community organization. The people that we employ work at that, are generally retired folks or kids that come in the summertime to help us. They work for a short period of time. You raise the minimum wage, we either cut back the services or we throw up our hands, can't get volunteers. It becomes a charge against the town. The municipality has to raise taxes in order to maintain it. I look down at our Main Street businesses, and they compete not with the Ithaca restaurants or even the Lansing or Dryden restaurants. People go just a few miles over the border into Cayuga or Cortland County. They go to the pharmacies there. They go to the grocery stores there. They buy their fuel there because it's a little less money. And the problem is that if you take these small businesses, what small businesses that we have left, and you raise those wages, force those wages to go up, our businesses have 2 options. They can raise their prices, or they can cut back on hours, and owners can work more hours themselves. They can't raise the prices because somebody can only drive a couple miles further and have lower costs. And so this makes it more difficult. I look at the municipalities. Where we pay minimum wages out in our area now is in summer youth workers. What happens if we force an increase in those minimum wages that we pay the youth that are helping us during the summer hours? Well, either the village cuts back or they raise village taxes in order to maintain that level of service. I'm not sure that isn't counterproductive. Now let me go to the nonprofit, and this is where it really hits home for me. I chair the board at the Groton Community Health Care Center. We're the largest employer in Northeast Tompkins County, largest private employer with 100 employees. We've got all we can do to keep that operation alive, operate an 80-bed nursing home. If the minimum wage were raised, it would affect the workers that work on a part-time basis, work in the dietary areas, work in maintenance, some work part-time, some are students that come after school and help out in the kitchen and other chores. Earlier speaker talked about compression. Well, that's exactly what the effect of this would be, is that you raise those minimum wage jobs by several dollars an hour. It forces the facility to raise the certified nursing assistants, which in turn forces a raise in the LPNs, which in turn raises the price for an RN and every other job in the facility. The impact of something like this at this point is that it would cost that facility in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. Okay, that's also going to raise those same prices at Oak Hill Manor, Lakeside Nursing Home, Beech Tree, where have you. The problem with that is that when that minimum wage goes up and that compression factor comes in and these jobs have to be raised, there is no increase that's assured in the revenues that support these medical facilities. Is Medicaid going to raise their contribution? Is Medicare going to raise their contribution? At least when the state has an overall increase in the minimum wage, generally the legislature and the governor follow through with some adjustment to the Medicaid rate. We're 80% Medicaid at the Groton Nursing Facility. Medicaid's paying about $150 a day when the true cost of service is over $300 a day. You have to make it up through Medicare and private insurance. The bottom line is, if this were to be implemented solely in Tompkins County and solely within these nonprofits, we're probably out of business. There's probably 100 workers lose their jobs out there because it's barely sustainable now. And without a broader regional or statewide increase and something that keeps the field somewhat level, a resolution such as the original I came forward, it would devastate our nonprofits and our local businesses. My point to all of this is, I'm going to come back to it. I hope that by performing a study and looking at this, we look more broadly at Tompkins County rather than just what we're hearing tonight that's generally related to the greater Ithaca area and greater university-related discussions. And let's take a look at what affordability really is on a county-wide basis and see what this impact would be, not just in the city and greater Ithaca area, but let's see what an impact would be out in those rural areas where we've got significantly different challenges. I'm okay with a study. Thank you.
Lee, I'm sorry, Lee, you just went, Greg.
Well, thank you, Lee. I'm glad we took the long way to get there. I appreciate the fact that you're, on board with this study, and I think that's really the intent, right? Is to look at what is the broader impact across the entire county, right? This is the Tompkins County Legislature. We often get lumped into Ithaca as the only anchor in our community, but there's a lot more going on, and I want to make it clear, and one of the reasons why I'm glad that this resolution amendment almost passed unanimously is I don't know, let me rephrase this. I have a strong feeling that there wouldn't be 8 votes to go from $15 to the proposed 24 plus, or even really the 18 and change. There's probably some that support it. There's some that probably are staunchly in opposition of it. The goal was to always examine what would it mean for the county to run the county in the best interest of the county, and is that an increase for wages, or is it keeping the minimum wage the same and allowing employers to independently certify as living wage employers, et cetera, and down the list. So I want to be really careful because we haven't even discussed a number, right? And so it costing businesses, it costing workers, it impacting, we have no data for that right now. This is only asking to start the conversation of what those impacts would be. And why we brought this forward again was so that we could have a robust conversation, understand the potential impact on staff time. And I really hope for all of those strong supporters of exploring what this might look like when it comes to budget season, and we maybe see an OTR or a request to support such a study, that we also get behind it as well financially. Because I do think, as one of the speakers said, we have a humanitarian obligation to ensure that all of our residents in Tompkins County have what they need to survive and thrive. And I also think that it's workers and employers, right? We need to find the balance. We need to hear from all of the voices. And this is what we're asking for. We're not mandating an increase to a minimum wage. We're not committing to a number. We're literally committing to just getting serious about having a conversation that's well-informed, that's data-driven, and that's inclusive of all the necessary voices that need to be at the table. And it's also challenging New York State to say, hey, let's make sure that this home rule stuff that's in the Constitution, you actually hold up, right? That's why we elected you and sent you to Albany, was to hold up the state constitution and give us the ability to make the changes that we may or may not feel is necessary to contribute to our thriving community, because we don't want people to have to cross the county line into Cortland. We don't want them to have to go different places. We want them to be able to live and work here, and we also want employers to be able to employ as many people as possible so that we can continue to grow our population and our tax base and have incredible schools and incredible businesses and all of the things that come with a strong local economy. So I just want to make sure that we clarify a few things in the intent of what this resolution is. There's been no number committed to. There's been no increase committed to. The commitment is to explore what it would mean for Tompkins County to potentially change the minimum wage.
I've got 6 more people in the queue. Veronica.
I want to appreciate Lee sharing all that you did. I think, seriously, you have a lot of experience and a lot of it is good fodder for, I think, like Greg said, the exact kind of work that we want to do, like coming at this wage angle from all sides, like thinking through and learning what its effects might be. People have asked, is every job going to be a living wage job? Well, is every job going to have the same minimum wage? I don't know, not necessarily. There's reasons to potentially exempt some. It's an interesting question. If your business is located across different counties, how does that work? Maybe you do change prices. As a grad student, one of my favorite lunches was a tofu spinner, no jalapenos from Cornell Dining, and it cost $6 at the place on the Ag Quad and $7 at the place on Ho Plaza, and those are not very far apart, and yet somehow it persisted. I did, in trying to research in advance of this about what happens when there's higher wages somewhere and lower wages next door, definitely didn't address all the concerns, but found a study from Liberty Street Economics that was looking in the 2013 to 19-ish range at border counties between New York and Pennsylvania, or 19 counties on that border. This is during a time when Pennsylvania's minimum wage was stuck at $7.25 and New York's was rising up toward 15. And what they found was that in New York, earnings by workers went up, obviously, but also employment overall, filling of jobs, did not decrease, and if anything, it increased in one of the better sectors. So that was promising. I also found a study, actually one of our public commenters shared an anecdotal experience talking to sub-living wage workers who were consistently applying to jobs outside of Tompkins County, and which is anecdotal. I happened to find a 2023 study by the UCLA Anderson Review looking at whether low-wage workers cross state lines, because usually it's state by state where the minimum wage varies, whether they'll do that in response to a state minimum, raising the minimum wage. And these researchers found that when a state raises its minimum wage, there's no increase in the rate of lower wage workers coming into the state, but there is a decrease in the rate of lower wage workers moving out of the state. That is to say that if we were to raise the minimum wage locally in Tompkins County, we should expect an effect that would have is retaining people who are currently part of our community who might be looking to jump ship because of economic distress. And finally, I want to say currently, in our county, we have some of what we have going on that we heard about. We've got employed people stuck in our shelter because their income's not enough to save for an apartment, working and homeless. We've got people working who can't afford to live where they work, so they move far away and either are commuting by car, running up carbon emissions, or they can't work the job anymore, and then the job goes unfilled. We've got people with no spending money, losing out on sales tax. We have stressful lines at the DSS. We've got therapists who have told me that they wish that we could do something to improve people's material conditions, because people are getting depressed and anxious and all sorts of other things and seeking psychological support when what they really need is material support that a therapist can't give. And if none of that were the case, but we were considering a policy that was likely going to lead to all those things, we would never do it. We would say, this is a non-starter, this is terrible, this is not the outcome we want to have. As it is, that is the state of our county right now. And so if we want to serve our constituents, I think, in line with the strategic plan, as Shauna said, I think now is the time to make some change. Now is the time to develop a measured, gradual minimum wage increase, because that is an economic lever we can pull on, data-driven as always, that is going to strengthen and stabilize businesses, and strengthen and stabilize workers and their families, and strengthen and stabilize the economy as a whole.
Travis.
So an interesting thing happened. Up until this meeting, I wasn't sure where I fell in terms of a vote. Not because I don't feel like we need to do something about the minimum wage, but because of the 1,000 reasons that people have talked about, which tells me even more we need a study. We need a study more than we need people throwing out different ideas and different things they think that are going to happen, because nobody really knows. And people could say we move gradually, but then we have a cliff for benefits, right? So they say, okay, we got to jump right to it so people don't fall off the cliff. So who knows? Which says even more that we need to engage in a study to figure out the best path forward for the people that we serve in this community. How is it going to happen? Lisa has said, look, if you want this to be on staff, it's not going to be a priority right away. We can get to it, but it's not going to happen very soon unless we go to an outside group. So we just have to figure out where we're going to take the money from and make that happen so we can get to it. I don't see it as that difficult. Years ago, when Pete came knocking on the city's door and said, hey, we need y'all to move to a living wage, we had a bunch of concerns, and through a ton of conversations with Pete and the Workers Center, we're able to figure out how to compromise and work this out. So I trust that we can do the same in this situation. I don't think anybody wants to shut down businesses, make hardships for nonprofits, make it difficult for counties and municipalities, nor do they want to limit the access that people have to services because of a higher wage. They want people to be able to live better. So let's do a study. Let's figure out how to pay for it and move forward.
Rich.
I'm looking at my watch, it's just about 8 o'clock. And so I hesitate, but I guess I'd like to propose an amendment, which would be to remove the second resolve from this resolution. And the reason for it is, in the first resolved, we're going to explore the impacts. And my reading of that is that it's the...
I'm sorry, Rich, can you just state the amendment, and then we can discuss the content?
It would be to remove the second resolved from the proposed resolution.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second? Mike Lane?
I seconded it.
Yes, very good. Okay, go.
And I would propose removing it because we're going to explore the impacts. And I define those impacts as the whereas that's written up above that says implementing an increase to the New York State minimum wage could help reduce income inequality, alleviate poverty, and promote a thriving economy within Tompkins County. That's the whole ballgame. If that's not true, why in the world would we do this? If it is true, okay. But until we answer that question, why would we devote staff time to doing all that drafting? I don't understand that at all. I support looking at this. It seems like there's real energy in the room to examine this, but I don't want to go too fast. And if we can't answer that question in the first place, I don't care what a draft looks like.
Rich, can you just clarify one more time, please? I'm sorry.
Sure.
You're wanting to get rid of the second resolved.
Correct. The resolve that reads, Further, that a local minimum wage law and related materials be drafted for the legislator's review. Such a draft should include such things as calculations and methodology for annual adjustments, enforcement provisions, and any exemptions or special considerations deemed necessary.
Thank you. Okay, anyone want to speak to the amendment? Mike, Lane.
I was thinking the same thing, Rich, that resolved really doesn't mesh with the rest of the resolution. And after the study, after the determination by the legislature, if this is the way you want to go, that's the time to draft the local law. We don't need to put the cart before the horse.
Anyone else to the amendment? Shauna.
Yeah, I guess my question is, how would we understand the impact if we don't understand how much money is going to be in someone's pocket? Like if we're talking about increasing the minimum wage, let's just say 75 cents, it's going to be much different than the conversation that might be increasing at $2. Like I think we're going to have to go through some scenarios in order to figure out what the impact is going to be.
That certainly could be part of an economic analysis study, but we don't have to draft a local law or do any of that work or have our staff do it. It's my thinking.
Amanda.
Yeah, I think I get what you're saying, Rich, and I think it might be a little bit of semantics, but I would tend to agree that, like, I think the second part of that resolution is what we want. We want things such as calculations and methodology, enforcement provisions, any exemptions, like those are like the details that we want to get, not necessarily written up in an official law. So maybe that second sentence, you know, the study should include, those things could be added to the previous resolved.
Is that an amendment to the amendment?
Yes.
Rich?
Not friendly.
Okay.
Okay, was there a second on the amendment to the amendment? Travis seconds that. Okay, stay with us, everybody, and help me. All right, we are on the amendment to the amendment, which is to take the second half of that,
Yes.
second resolved, and
Add
keep
it.
that language.
Right, and add it to the previous resolved, so to explore the impacts of a countywide minimum wage that is higher than the New York State minimum wage. Such exploration should include such things as calculations and methodology for annual adjustments, enforcement provisions, and any exemptions or special considerations deemed necessary.
Everybody clear where we are right now? So basically, we're getting rid of just the part that says the local law would be drafted. That would really, it's all we would be eliminating in this version.
Yes.
Okay. Discussion on the amendment to the amendment.
I would find that friendly. I think that does what we need. It means we're just going to look at it. We're not going to ask staff. And presumably that would be done by an outside consultant, it sounds like we're talking about now.
Okay, is there anyone that doesn't find Amanda's amendment to the amendment friendly? Shauna? Okay. Further discussion on the amendment to the amendment?
I guess I would ask Paul and Dennis to weigh in on what their role as far as creating the local law would be, because my understanding is that they would be the one that would be doing the majority of that work. So it wouldn't in fact burden our staff.
What? Yeah, yes, in terms of drafting the local law, can you hear me? Yes.
Yes, we can, thank you.
That's, we are happy to provide, model best practices from similar, model draft legislation from similar size communities and assist with that. So that's definitely not a problem. And so, yeah, that's, we have models available and could, partner with the county attorney to, tailor them to Tompkins County.
Amanda?
Yeah, I guess just my intention is that it would focus on the collecting of the information, the meetings, the talking to experts, figuring out the calculations versus actual, like, drafting the language of what it would specifically say. Because that, I mean, yes, obviously it's related, but I'm not sure we need the draft of the language yet. We need to know the implications. So that's my thought.
Well, we're happy to connect folks with experts who are, have studied similar legislation in other places. One thing is, though, it is helpful to have the detailed proposed legislation to really assess the full range of questions that you've raised. For example, one question is, what sort of exemption should there be? The question is, should it track the state minimum wage laws exemptions, or are there, should it differ in some regard? So I think an assessment would be more concrete. It would answer more of the questions you've raised if it were done in the context of a draft proposal as well.
Okay, I've got Shauna and Randy.
I mean, I just see this as kind of going down parallel paths. And if for some reason we decide this isn't for us, then we jump ship, especially if we have nonprofits that are offering to help us with the legal stuff. I don't think it would be too much more of a stretch to ask our staff to kind of follow their lead. And, my assumption is that once we start receiving the data, once we start talking to the stakeholders, we're going to get a true sense on what we're thinking, every single one of us. And if we're feeling in our gut this isn't the right move for Tompkins County, then we need to be very vocal about it and decisive about it, perhaps very early on, because I don't want to waste anyone's time. I don't want to waste the gentlemen who have joined us on the call today. I don't want to waste our staff time. And we can move on to our next line of county business if we're not moving forward with this.
Randy.
Yeah, I agree with Amanda's amendment to the amendment, and I would vote for the whole thing with that.
Greg.
Yeah, I'm generally supportive of the amended amendment, because anybody can draft a local law at any time, and it can be discussed in any committee at any time. It does not need a resolution to authorize that discussion. So let's get the sense of the body to move forward with a study. I may have an amendment coming because it sounds like there's some financial resources that people want to put behind this. So looking forward to getting that out on the table. Yeah, that's why I'm supportive of this, because anybody through the committee process at any time can put a local law draft together and have it be debated.
Okay, just time check. We're at about an hour. Rich.
Yeah, I just wanted to complete my comments, which is to say that I'm fully in favor of studying this issue, but I want to be very clear. I think Lee has, and others have raised really serious concerns here. And if it comes to actual consideration of trying to adopt a local law, I would be looking to see whether we would be inviting litigation against the county. And I would really want to be very confident that whereas about a thriving economy is answered. I don't want to give false hope that I'm saying this is a good idea. I think we can look at it, but I'm quite concerned. Thanks.
Okay, we are on the amendment to the amendment. Are we ready for a vote? Does anyone need it stated again what exactly we're voting on? Would that be, yeah, Veronica, can you help us with that?
On the amended version, we have, the first amendment was to remove that second resolved, and the amendment to the amendment was to move the portion starting with such. An exploration should include such things as calculations and methodology for annual adjustments, enforcement provisions, and any exemptions or special considerations deemed necessary will be moved up to the end of the first resolved.
Sorry, I'm still unclear. I thought that we were discussing whether to apply Amanda's amendment to Rich's amendment. But am I wrong? Was that friendly and we're already on the?
It was not friendly.
Okay.
Yeah. So basically,
We're doing the amendment to the amendment.
Yep. Anyone else need clarification? It's important to know what we're voting on. It takes, okay? All right, let's have a roll call vote then on the amendment to the amendment.
Shauna Black.
No.
Travis Brooks.
Yes.
Randy Brown.
Yes.
Amanda Champion.
Yes.
Susan Curry.
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Greg Mezzi,
Yes.
Veronica Pillar,
No.
Lee Shirtliff,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
12 ayes and 2 noes.
So that passes. And so now we are on the amendment, which is now to,
Is now the. Right.
amendment is the main motion now.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay.
No,
Are we sure about that?
Greg's, we're back to Greg's.
No.
No, point of order, I object because that's not what I was just told, and I would like to
Okay,
change my vote if so. I forgot the procedure, I just want to.
let us clarify. Let us clarify where we're at.
Yeah.
I don't think we are on the main motion. We are back on an amendment.
Rich's
And the-
amendment.
Richmond's amendment, which now has lost a half a sentence,
Yes, correct.
the first part of the resolve.
Right.
Okay, no problem. You're in good company tonight, Maury. I've lost it too. All right. Is everyone clear where we are?
On the main motion.
No, we are
we're not.
on the amendment.
Rich's amendment.
Except Rich's amendment now has a few less
Has
words
been
in it.
amended.
But
It's been
I
amended.
think essentially we're voting on
Rich's
exactly the same
amendment
thing.
as amended by Amanda's amendment to the amendment.
So we can vote on it again. I think it's the same vote,
Accepted.
same substance. Yeah, because I accepted it as friendly, so,
But it was
not friendly by the
not.
body.
friendly,
right,
So,
right. So sure, let's vote again.
yeah, we have,
So
That'd be great.
what we would be voting on next is to amend this sheet of paper to eliminate in the second resolved further that a local minimum wage law and related materials be drafted for the legislator's review.
yes.
A little more to it than that, but that's the meat of it, or the tofu of it. Any discussion on the amendment? Veronica?
I don't support this because I think, like maybe Shauna insinuated, and I think Paul confirmed, but correct me if I'm misinterpreting, the local law drafting is not going to be the work-heavy part of this. And in fact, I think it'll be helpful to have a potential law, even if we never introduce it, but a potential local law so that we've already fleshed out the details of whatever it is we'd be studying the impacts of. Because if we don't do that, then I can just imagine, even if we say, oh, okay, these impacts of this particular policy are going to be really great and we like that, then someone will draft the law and then we are going to have this kind of debate over the particulars of the law and whether it matches what was studied. And I don't really want to do that. So we might as well just have a law draft that Paul and Dennis can write for us, and that'll be great.
Have we hired these gentlemen?
No.
Rich?
Yeah, Mike raises the question. This is what the Ethics Advisory Board spent 11 months considering, was the acceptance of free services and how we do that. You don't just accept free services. It can get you into some real difficulty. So if we're going to retain counsel, even without charge, we need to do it in an orderly way and through county process. My view.
I will pause us to briefly read that the donated County Administrative Policy 0156, donated goods and services. Any donated goods and services offered to the county free of charge, valued over $5,000, must be pre-approved by the legislature. And then it goes into a little more detail. County attorney, code of ethics, county risk and compliance administrator, finance. Just got that. We are on Rich's amendment. Any further discussion? Ready for a vote? Does anyone need clarification what we're voting on? Think we got it? Let's do it.
Shauna Black.
No.
Travis Brooks.
Yes.
Randy Brown.
Yes.
Amanda Champion.
Yes.
Susan Curry.
Yes.
Deborah Dawson.
Yes.
Rich John.
Yes.
Ann Corman.
No.
Mike Lane.
Yes.
Greg Mezzi.
Yes.
Veronica Pillar,
No.
Lee Shirtliff,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
11 ayes, 3 noes.
So that motion carries. Greg?
Once you're done with the motion.
It carried, yep.
Okay.
11-3, you said, right? Yes. Correct, thank you.
Back on-
Actually, we did have a cue already from the main motion. I will put you back on it, Greg. Shauna, I don't know if you remember where we were.
Yeah, I do, actually. So I agreed with Greg and Travis about 45 minutes ago in regards to the fact that, again, this is not us saying that we are going to start a local law tomorrow. And I want to make sure that the public is aware of that. This is us saying that we're going to engage in a study. And this is a courtesy to our staff to say this is one of our priorities moving forward, and we're going to support that. We're going to support it with probably a financial contribution, as well as the big part of it, too, that Rich had mentioned earlier, is we're going to bring in the stakeholders and have a conversation about what the implications from an economic standpoint, have the workers come in. I mean, it's going to be a full conversation, and I don't, I hope that everyone enters into the conversation with a very open mind. I know some of us are leaning one way or the other, but I think it's our responsibility to really be engaged and be part of the conversation and to listen to our community.
Mike Lane, do you remember where you were in this discussion? You're next in the queue. Okay, good.
I think it was Yogi Berra who said, this is deja vu all over again. 5 or 6 years ago, the Workers' Center brought this issue to us. And there was, I don't know, a working group or a task force that included people from nonprofits, included people from government, included people from business that looked at this issue. We looked at the living wage and why our living wage was the one we picked, the one that was set up by AFCU, a private not-for-profit, as opposed to a couple of other living wages that are out there. We looked at that. And in the end, we saw to it that not only were our employees paid a living wage, but that those contracting with the county agreed to pay a living wage to their people. And we heard a lot about how a change could hurt not-for-profits. I, for one, suggested at the time, why doesn't the Workers' Center go to the city of Ithaca and have them ask for legislation that would allow them to do a minimum wage or a living wage in the city of Ithaca? And the response I got at that time was, well, that would mean the businesses might move out to the town of Ithaca or Dryden or Lansing or somewhere else. Well, the same thing's going to happen. And Lee, you gave a wonderful discussion about this. You're absolutely right. They're going to move out of the county. They're going to move to Cortlandville. They're going to move to Auburn. They're going to move to Owego. They're going to move to so many places just outside of Tompkins County because the businesses are going to be chased out. We're losing businesses now, small businesses. They're being replaced by bigger businesses. And maybe that's what we want. I heard some people talk about it today. Well, maybe the little businesses ought to change their business plan because they can't afford to pay as much as we think they ought to. Well, most businesses in this country are small businesses. And if we allow them to be taken over by the bigger, I mean, Lee, your businesses are being taken over by large concerns. My profession is being taken over by large concerns. Our Bar Association is beside itself as what to do about the loss of rural lawyers, for example. In my own office, I used to have 3 employees. I can now have 1 employee because costs of having an employee have gone up. You talked about the nursing home in Groton. I think you told me they had gone to $16,000 a month. Is that correct for private pay patients over there?
12.
12,000? Okay.
But some of the other ones in the area are 16, yes.
And the increase, that increase is due, of course, to the cost of labor going up. The unintended consequence is the cost of long-term care insurance has skyrocketed. So many people that may have started having long-term care insurance have simply dropped it because they can't afford it anymore. So that means more people on Medicaid and on the public taxation. Yes, let's study this again. Let's have I think we ought to have another task force or working group. I think that this is bigger than just a county committee should be able to handle, although the committee people should be part of it. Yeah, let's go ahead and do it. But by golly, we've looked at this before, and I don't know whether this is something we want to do by ourselves.
I'm going to take a turn. I have tried to stay open-minded about this, but I keep coming back to one central problem that I can't get past. And that is the fact that what would happen here even if we start down this road, if we're doing this study, and the goal is to lead to a law that changes the minimum wage in Tompkins County. When that happens, we know we will get sued. And that makes us a test case for New York State, and that's what I want to argue against. So I asked our county attorney a lot of questions about this, and I got his permission to quote him. I asked if he thought we really would get sued. It's almost a given, he said. I asked what he thought our chances of winning would be. It's definitely an uphill battle, he said. I asked if this would require a lot of time from his office. He said, it would involve a considerable amount of time, even with outside counsel. I asked the county attorney if he could estimate how much time we were talking about that it would take his office. Probably hundreds of hours, he said. So that is my concern, that I don't even want to take that first step down a path where the almost inevitable conclusion is that we get sued and spend hundreds of hours or more of time, that it goes to the 3 levels of state court, that it could easily take years to resolve a suit like this. So instead of this, let's make a test case and let's get sued strategy, I think we should just ask New York State to allow us to raise the minimum wage locally, period. Direct, and I would vote yes if we had that resolution, but the current resolution I cannot support. Greg.
Yeah, thank you, Dan. I'd like to propose an amendment that would go between the first and last resolve, and it would say, resolve further to not impact county staff time, the legislature wishes to allocate up to $50,000 from contingent fund to fund a consultant to complete a study of the impacts of a change to the Tompkins County minimum wage.
I'll second.
And seconds. Greg, do you want to say more?
I can go slower, Katrina.
Can you send that to me? You have it written out.
I do, yeah.
Can you say it again, though?
Yes, I will. Resolved further to not impact county staff time, the legislature wishes to allocate up to $50,000 from the contingent fund to fund a consultant to complete a study of the impacts of a change to the Tompkins County minimum wage. Can I speak to it?
Yes, please.
So what I've heard from my colleagues is the impact on staff time. What I've also heard from all of our finance reports, the county is strong and doing well. If this is something that we wish to study and we wish to not use staff time to do that, the way we do it is through a consultant, and that's what I've heard from our county administrator. I don't know if that's enough. It feels about right based on maybe what we've seen from other consultants. I wanted to say a higher number, but I felt 50 was maybe more palatable. So I think that this responds to the desire to explore And I hope that we can support this. And for all of us that say we wish to do a study, but we wish to also not impact staff time, that comes at a cost. And I hope we put our money where our mouth is.
Okay, we are on the amendment to allocate $50,000. I have 4 people in the queue, starting with Deborah.
But I don't want to speak to the amendment,
Okay.
Dean. I wanted to speak to what you had just said.
Okay, I will put you back on that queue. And
Thank you.
We'll get to you in about an hour. I have Mike Lane.
Greg, I was going to support this resolution until you just made that proposal, and I would vote against it with that in there.
You can't study it if we don't pay for it.
Amanda.
I would be fine with that. I think I would just want to reiterate, and I don't need to make an amendment to the amendment, but that we're not just going to pay a consultant to go off and do the work. You're still going to continue to do all the things you said in your committee and.
Just like the strategic plan and GO.
Right.
Absolutely.
So it's not like we're going to pay a consultant and then we'll see you in 6 months.
No.
Okay.
Yes.
So just wanted to be clear of that. And I don't know if that needs to be written out, but I guess I won't make an amendment.
Randy.
Yeah, I'm fine with Greg's amendment with the $50,000 we have to pay for somehow. But I think that how did we get here? So this all started with the living wage, which I support. In the company that I managed and owned part of, we were a living wage employer. I pushed for that 15 more years ago. But I think that when we talked about this earlier, it was to understand, nothing against you, Pete, but it was the number you had truly correct. So I think that we wanted to come up with an understanding of what really is the living wage, and to the point of Lee as well, it's not just what's happening here in the city of Ithaca, the high cost here, it's throughout the county. And if we move ahead with this living wage, we're a living wage employer of the county, and it does go to $24 an hour, are we still going to be a living wage employer? So I just want to make sure we understand where we're going with this. So.
Okay, anybody else on the amendment to allocate $50,000? Veronica.
I'd like to propose a small amendment to the amendment, which is just to change the phrase to not impact staff time to mitigate the impact on staff time.
I find that friendly.
Anybody not find that friendly?
I find that friendly too.
Everyone's good with that? Okay. Any other debate on the $50,000 amendment? Just trying to keep it identified. Okay, then let's have a vote.
Shauna Black.
Yes.
Travis Brooks.
Yes.
Randy Brown.
Yes.
Amanda Champion.
Yes.
Susan Curry.
Yes.
Deborah Dawson.
Yes.
Rich John.
Yes.
There you go, Rich.
Ann Corman.
Yes.
Mike Lane.
No.
Greg Mezzi.
Yes.
Veronica Pillar.
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff.
Yes.
Mike Sigler.
No.
Dan Klein.
No.
11 ayes and 3 noes.
11-3, the motion carries. Okay, so we are back to this sheet minus the first sentence from the second resolved, and with the addition of allocating $50,000 for the study, correct? Okay, I'm going back to the queue we had before. And Greg, you were the next one. Maybe you were going to do that at that moment. No? Maybe I got you. Mike Sigler.
I just wanted to say, there are a couple issues that people have said that I guess I don't take issue with, but I really do think this is going to be seen in a different way than you think it's going to be seen. I think you had a bunch of people here who think this is a call for the living wage, and that was not dispelled. I think that when this, the study comes back, I don't know what it's going to say. I mean, I just remember that we did a county study, and when it came back that our salaries were pretty much in line with where they should be, there were a lot of people that were disappointed. And I feel like we're kind of setting people up for that, and that bothers me. I also, I mean, we just passed this not that long ago. Our strategic plan cost way more than $50,000 to produce that. I can't imagine this will cost less. I mean, I foresee meetings with Chamber of Commerce members and pretty much kind of what we did, Mike Lane was talking about just 5 years ago. I remember what happened there. I mean, it's not like that was that long ago. And I just don't want to invest our staff's time. I think we have a lot on our plate right now. And there are certain things that we need to get done. And I understand that we say that, oh, we can do anything, you know. I think we have X amount of bandwidth, and I think this will involve staff time, even if we hire someone from the outside, and I think it will cost more than $50,000. And I just would like to stay focused on the tasks at hand that we have committed already to getting done. So, thank you.
Veronica.
I thought I was later in the queue.
Want me to come back to you? We can.
No, I got it. I want to remind folks that 19,000 workers in Tompkins County are making under a living wage. And there's no $24 an hour numbers in here. This is previous data. So I am curious how much money per sub-living wage worker is it worth the county spending? Is it $2.65? That's what's in the resolution right now. Is it $3? Is it $4? Is it $5? I hope it's at least that much. And I would like to remind us that our this is not a particular, raising the minimum wage is not an objective of our strategic plan, but helping our residents, our constituents, gain living wage employment is a key part of our strategic plan. One of our performance measures that we all approved is % of county residents earning a living wage. So I think this is important. I think we talk about sustainability of employment, and that's very true for our staff as well. I don't want to overburden these individuals, but it is worth making a financial investment, whether it's hiring more staff, hiring a consultant, whatever we need to do to explore this fundamental economic issue.
Deborah.
Yeah, thank you, Dan. I wanted to get back to your comment because as I understand it, if we pass this resolution, we still, at the end of the day, if we do our study and it seems advisable for us to pursue a county law that sets a minimum wage higher than the state's minimum wage, we can then ask the state for the home rule permission to pass this law. Doesn't mean that we're necessarily, I mean, if we go that route, we don't get sued, right?
Correct.
So, I mean, maybe Lori and Dennis and Paul could weigh in on that.
Yes, I think Maury wanted to say something.
Yeah, I think if there was state legislation authorizing the local law or the local minimum wage, whatever it is that we adopt, if there's legislative approval for that, that would obviate the litigation risk for sure.
And there is nothing in this resolution, as it's now been amended to within an inch of its life, that commits us to passing a local law before we seek that state approval.
Yeah.
Am I correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay.
Paul, did you want to say something? I see you.
I'm sorry, I have to say, I'm kind of with my family on vacation. I stepped away for a moment. Was this a question about the possibility of litigation and possibility of seeking home rule authorization? Was that?
My question is, if we seek home rule approval, or whatever you call it, and then we go forward with a law, we don't get sued, is that right?
Yeah, I mean, there are two distinct strategies. One is seeking home rule authorization, but frankly, New York State is very unlikely to grant that. So that's probably not a realistic strategy. And then, so it's, the more realistic strategy is to test this ambiguous precedent that's, that's been much criticized and we think is no longer good law.
Okay. Ann?
Thank you. I met my partner 25 years ago, and thankfully, and due to our county clerk and 50 folks, including my colleague, Shauna Black, and her now wife, they challenged something, they did something and then got challenged by New York State. And thankfully, because of that, after 14 years with my partner, I was able to marry her. So now we've been married 11 years. And according to the United States Government on Accountability Office, there are 1,138 rights that I now have that I did not have before, that we did not, provisions that we now have as a right. And if I think helping the people in this county to be able to afford to live here, and we're not going to go into it now, but we could go into all of the different ways that this could affect people's lives. Child care, quality food, quality place to live, a car that's not breaking down, health insurance, all kinds of things, having the luxury to not have 2 or 3 jobs, and I've been there. So I think this is just as important, so let's do this.
So I'd like to respond to that, which is this lawsuit that you referenced that one of our members was involved in. It was in state court for more than 2 years. And it failed, as all the other lawsuits failed. And what ended up changing it was state legislation, which is the route I think we should go. And it took 7 more years for that state legislation to happen. So that's, in my opinion, that makes my argument.
And it's initiatives like this that push the state to do it. So that's my argument.
I don't have any evidence that that's true. It's been 2 years in court and lost in court, and then through a separate action of the state legislature, it passed 7 years later. Anybody else? Amanda?
Well, just to that point, I mean, we're not going to get sued if we have a study, right?
Correct.
Okay, just clarifying.
Any other discussion? Okay, let's have a roll call vote then.
Voting on?
I'm sorry, we are on the whole enchilada.
Right?
Yep. No, we're on the main motion.
The amendment passed?
Yes, the $50,000 amendment is in there now.
Thank you. I had to step out for a minute. I didn't hear.
Oh, yeah, sorry, no problem.
Shauna Black.
Yes.
Travis Brooks.
Yes.
Randy Brown.
Yes.
Amanda Champion.
Yes.
Susan Curry.
Yes.
Deborah Dawson.
Yes.
Rich John.
Yes.
Ann Corman.
Yes.
Mike Lane.
No.
Greg Mezzi.
Yes.
Veronica Pillar.
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff.
Yes.
Mike Sigler.
No.
Dan Klein.
No.
11 ayes, 3 noes.
11-3, the motion carries. We are going to take a recess. It's 8:38. Let's return at 8:50. Back in session, sorry, we're looking for tech. Okay, now we are back in session. Welcome back, everybody. I ask for permission to do a little more rearranging. I would like to do the consent agenda. I would like to follow that with resolution N. Is that acceptable to everybody here? Thank you. And Katrina's also telling me we should do resolutions added to withdrawn from the agenda. Are there any resolutions to be added to or withdrawn from the agenda? Okay, that was easy. Next, consent agenda. Somebody, so let's see, consent agenda. For advisory appointments, we have one to the Environmental Management Council, Barry Seeby, Town of Groton representative. Okay. Town of Groton representative. Resolution A, authorization New York State dedicated federal transportation operating agreement, Tompkins County, ID 12531. Resolution B, approving the Tompkins County's 2024 Title VI program for the Federal Transit Administration, ID 12545. Resolution C, authorizing 2024-001 Federal Transit Administration Section 5311 Rural Formula Program Grant Transfer to 5307 Grant Formula, ID 12546. Resolution D, authorizing the 2023-026 Federal Transit Administration Section 5307 Urban Formula Program Grant Application for Tompkins County, ID 12547. Resolution E, authorizing 2023-083 Federal Transit Administration Section 5307 Urban Formula Program Grant Application for Tompkins County, ID 12548. And Resolution F.
Remove F, please.
Resolution F has been pulled. From the Government Operations Committee, Resolution G, resolution to update the Administrative Policy Manual, Policy 02-42, Sexual Harassment Prevention, ID 12446. And Resolution H. Resolution H is being pulled. Can I have a motion to move the consent agenda? Travis moves, Rich seconds. Roll call vote, please.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
Travis Brooks,
Yes.
Randy Brown,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Susan Curry,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
John
Yes.
Norman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Mezzi,
Yes.
Veronica Pillar,
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Klein,
Yes.
14 ayes.
In order for our staff to be able to go home, I would like to further request that we rearrange one more time and go ahead and do Resolution F right now, which was just pulled. Is that acceptable to everybody? Thank you. Okay, so who would like to move Resolution F? Actually, I'm sorry, it's from the committee. Lee.
I'll move it.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Susan seconds. Discussion.
Yes, I wanted this removed because I knew Frank was here and he waited all this time. And I just wanted to comment that this did go through committee and a lot of work went into all these resolutions that came forward, and there's been a lot of back work that had to be done, and it really benefited us because we got all these grants. And so I did the math here. And Frank, you can correct me if I'm wrong here, but I think total was $21,509,000, $930 that we got from total. And of that, that's all fed and state and local money. And local money was only $388,000, which is about 1.8%. So that's the federal and state government actually trickled down for us. So I just wanted to share that.
So, the easy answer would be yes. I want to give you the easy answer. So the normal appropriation from the Federal Transit Administration to Tompkins County as a prime recipient is between 4.1 and recently was 4.3 million. So there was money left on the table that FTA notified me of, that we got together all the partners and said who needs what. So some of it is old money that we needed to put in grants. So I hope that answers your question, but traditionally, the feds allocate to Tompkins County about $4.1 million, and the state is about 10% of that for capital items, on top of STOA, State Transportation Operating Assistance, and other capital formula grant programs.
And were some of these things from as far back as a couple years ago to complete, or?
The 2023 grants, one of the 2023 grants had funds that were available from 2021 and 2023. The other ones were appropriated in 2023.
Thank you.
This is Frank Daldo, Chief Transportation Planner.
Just call me Frank. Titles don't mean nothing. It's Chief Transportation Officer.
Officer.
It's all
okay.
good.
All right, officer.
Just Frank.
Thank you. Okay. Any further discussion on Resolution F? Ready to vote?
Shauna Black.
Yes.
Travis Brooks.
Yes.
Randy Brown.
Yes.
Champion.
Yes.
Susan Curry.
Yes.
Deborah Dawson.
Yes.
Rich John.
Yes.
Ann Corman.
Yes.
Mike Lane.
Yes.
Greg Mezzi.
Yes.
Veronica Pillar.
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff.
Yes.
Mike Sigler.
Yes.
Dan Klein.
Yes.
14 ayes, 0 noes.
Thank you for sticking around, Frank.
Thank you.
Okay. We are next moving to Resolution N. Deborah Dawson, would you like to move Resolution N?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I'd like to move Resolution N, renewal of Resolution number 2024-110, adoption of local law number B of 2024, a local law overriding tax levy limit for 2025. And I so move.
Mike Lane seconds. Before we get into discussion, Maury, do you want to take a moment to tell us about the two-part thing we're going to have to do here? We might have to do if this passes?
Sure. It's the best, the appropriate procedure for revisiting something that didn't pass in the first instance is to renew it. And that's clear from Robert's Rules and Robert's Rules Abridged. And there's even a nice poem about it in Robert's Rules for Dummies. There are two steps to the process. It could be collapsed into one step where Deborah would just move the original resolution. So here, to make sure the record is clear that we are revisiting and then voting on the original amendment, it's divided into two stages. The first, to renew, which brings the original resolution back, if it passes, back before the board. That needs to pass by a simple majority. Then the original resolution is back, and because that's a local law to exceed the tax cap, that one would need to pass by 60%. But that would be the process. Two votes, one to renew, one to revisit the topic of authorizing the legislature to exceed the tax cap.
Any questions about the procedure before we get into the actual debate? Okay, Deborah, go ahead.
And the reason that I'm bringing this motion is because when the original resolution was offered to pass the local law to exceed the tax cap, two of the members of this legislature, including myself, were not at the meeting, and so something of this significance should probably be considered by everyone.
Scott, further discussion? Mike Lane.
Bit of information that folks might want to know. Norma sent me an email today. Remember at the budget retreat, the tax cap, Lisa had estimated it just over 5%. Apparently there's been some new information coming down from the state, and the tax cap is now less. It's 4.45%.
Discussion, Rich.
I voted in favor of the resolution before and will do so again, but given the reduction in the potential tax cap, I think we do want the flexibility to be able to operate in our budget deliberations this fall.
Further discussion? Greg?
This is to renew, to then discuss the resolution.
Yes, if we pass this, we will then take up the actual, do we want to exceed the tax cap? Or do we want to allow ourselves to exceed the tax cap? If it fails, then that's the end of the discussion. Ann?
Did you just say we're going to exceed the tax cap if we approve this?
I spoke incorrectly.
Okay.
We're going to allow ourselves to exceed the tax cap. We're going to give ourselves the
Okay.
ability to.
All right, just want to be clear.
And that would be the second vote.
All right.
Thanks. Any other discussion? Okay, so we're on Resolution N, the motion to renew. Let's have a vote.
Shauna Black.
Yes.
Travis Brooks.
No.
Randy Brown.
No.
Amanda Champion.
Yes.
Susan Curry.
Yes.
Deborah Dawson.
Yes.
Rich John.
Yes.
Ann Corman.
Yes.
Mike Lane.
Yes.
Greg Mezzi.
No.
Veronica Pillar.
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff.
No.
Mike Sigler.
No.
Dan Klein.
Yes. The vote is 9-5. The motion carries. So where we are now is, it's on packet page 76, is the same resolution that we saw on June 4th. And is it automatically on the floor now?
Yes.
Automatically. Very good. Okay, so that's where we are. Discussion?
No, it's moved. The motion is renewed, so it's,
Okay. So we go with.
if you want to have it moved, just to be safe, we could move it again, but I don't think there's a need to. Yes.
So our understanding is that it's automatically on the floor right now. And discussion. Greg?
No, Deb has her hand.
Oh, thank you. Deborah.
Yeah, thank you for considering this. You know, I want to emphasize, this is the sort of thing that we've passed every year. It's a fiscal best practice. I understand nobody on this legislature wants to exceed the tax cap. And we're not, to vote for this is not saying, yes, we're going to exceed the tax cap. But if something happens and things go south, this allows us to do that. And I think just watching what has gone on in the last couple of weeks in world markets, in the domestic market, with the unemployment rate suddenly climbing, and everybody now anticipating that interest rates are going to be reduced by the Federal Open Market Committee, perhaps by 75 basis points before the end of the year. That's going to cut into the county's interest income. We're seeing a downward trend in our sales tax revenue. As I say, nobody wants to be in a position to have to increase the levy beyond the tax cap, but we ought to give ourselves that freedom if we need it.
Greg.
Yeah, so I've heard a lot about in a lot of different committees how we've asked our staff to prepare a 5% reduction to their budget. I heard that there's a large number of OTRs. We just had a several-hour debate about how people are struggling to afford the county, to live in the county, to survive in the county, to thrive in the county. And I feel like passing this, giving us this ability to go beyond a 4.45% increase to the levy sends a message that's a little tone deaf in the moment when things cost so much, when things are so out of control. And we ask our staff to cut, but yet we're not willing to hold ourselves to a cap. We want to maybe just in case we have to go over 4.45%. I think this is not what we should be doing. I think we should be fiscal stewards, and I don't think we should get spend happy with our tax levy. And I think giving ourselves permission to go above a 4.45% increase does just that, gives us the latitude to make what I maybe will call reckless funding decisions that will have significant impact on the cost of living in Tompkins County. And we just spent all of that time talking about how people are struggling to afford to live in Tompkins County. And I don't think, I've always disliked the idea of, well, we've always done it, and we should just continue to do it that way. Maybe what we should start doing is hold ourselves accountable to a cap that's reasonable and do what we've asked our staff to also do. Think critically about our budget, think critically about the levy, and make the tough decisions to stay under a cap.
Anybody else? Mike Sigler.
I'm not going to talk as long as that, but Greg said it as well as he did the last time that we had this very long discussion on this. And you know, I voted against this every year. I don't think this is best practice. I think it does send a signal to our constituents about where we are, and I don't think that's a good signal. So I'll be voting against it again, just like I did last year and the year before and the year before, and going back like a decade. So thanks.
Deborah, did you have your hand up again? Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything hypocritical about us asking our staff and our departments to try to cut their budgets to the bone and then giving ourselves the leeway to spend more money, because the more money that we spend or have to spend is basically money that we spend on behalf of our staff so they can do the jobs that we task them with and that Albany demands that we task them with. So I just don't buy this thing about how we're applying a double standard here. And it is a best practice. So, yeah, that's all I got.
Rich.
Yeah, I bristle a little bit that this is sending any kind of message of fiscal irresponsibility. The tax cap is imposed on us by New York State at the same time that they roll costs down on us. And that's often out of our control. It looks like what's done is done for this year, but we don't know. You can't predict what New York State will do to us. At the same time, they've created this tax cap structure, so it looks like they have some fiscal responsibility at that level. It is best practice to give ourselves room to maneuver and to make the best choices possible. If you look at our record, over the last 3 years, we did a 2%, a 0%, and a 0%. We are not spending taxpayers' money irresponsibly, but I want to have the flexibility. At the same time, looking at the votes on the motion to renew, I don't think anybody's going to change their mind. I think we probably should just get to the vote and get it done, unfortunately.
Greg.
I guess I would just want to ask our county administrator, and to put you on the spot, I guess, sorry. Do you think we'll need to exceed this based on your projections and your close knowledge to the budget?
I think that it is going to be a matter of prioritization, and I don't think that we are going to be able to do So we certainly are not going to be able to do everything that we have before us within the 2% target. So there is going to have to be some cutting and some prioritization, and I don't know that we would. I think that there would still need to be some reduction to get within the tax cap. So.
Thank you.
Any more discussion? Have a vote.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
Travis Brooks,
No.
Randy Brown,
No.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Susan Curry,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Greg Mezzi,
No.
Veronica Pillar,
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff,
No.
Mike Sigler,
No.
Dan Klein,
Yes. That is also 9-5. The motion carries.
Thank you. Dan, can I be excused? I've got COVID and I'd like to take myself to bed.
Thank you for hanging in there this long, Deborah. Hope you get better,
Thanks, Dan.
get better soon.
Good night, everyone.
Hey, feel better.
Okay, we are up to standing and special committees, reports, motions, and resolutions. It seems to me it would be good to not do the reports or do the bare minimum necessary, but certainly we have to do the resolutions. I'll leave that up to each committee chair as they report. We are up to the Public Safety Committee. Rich John, Chair.
The Public Safety Committee met on July 25th. We had a very good meeting, a good discussion about probation, and I anticipate a pretty important issue is going to come before the full legislature, but I can certainly talk about that further a month from now. But I had shared an article that Lisa Holmes had shared with me, with everybody, and the PowerPoint that Dan Cornell presented at Public Safety, and you may wish to look at that. And I do realize the hour, but I wanted to expand just very briefly on the comments Dan made about accreditation at the Sheriff's Department. This was a really big deal, and Shauna and Lisa and I attended the exit interview with the auditors, and it wasn't that they passed the audit. I've never attended an audit where the auditors were as complimentary as they were. They had nothing negative to say about our Sheriff's Department. To be accredited, you have to have all of your policies in order. You have to you need to be able to demonstrate that you're living your policies. And these auditors did ride-alongs, they did interviews, they examined files. So say if a policy says you have to use a certain form, they go look at files and say, is the form there? And it is soup to nuts, top to bottom. And one of the things the auditors went on about was just the transparency at our Sheriff's Department, that they don't see this at police agencies across the state. And they wanted to use Tompkins County as an example for other agencies, sheriffs and other police agencies throughout New York State, as this is how it should be done. It was really complimentary. So I'll stop there, but that was a big deal. And there's going to be an award, I think, presentation of the accreditation in Albany in September. So, thanks.
Questions or comments for Rich? Okay, thank you. I was reminded that I skipped part of the agenda. So reports from County Administrator Lisa Holmes, you're on.
Thanks, Dan. I'll try to be brief, but I do have a few things that I wanted to touch on. I first also just wanted to lend my voice and acknowledge the recent acts of hatred and racism in the community, and to thank the Office of Human Rights and County Communications for mobilizing county and other leaders to sign on and publish a letter stating that these acts have no place in our community. These acts harm all of us, and the county as an organization has a DEI statement and organizational values that we espouse for our own employees as well as within service to the broader community, and I'm glad to see local government leaders and others exercising our power and our voice to speak out. So, and I want to thank everyone who's signed on to the letter, and there's still time and an opportunity for those who haven't had the chance to do so and want to. So that was the first thing. The other that I just want to state for the record, the White Collar Bargaining Unit voted to ratify the tentative agreement on July 31st. And a resolution for ratification will be coming next to the Budget and Capital and Personnel Committee this week, and the full legislature on August 20th. And then we just completed a month of straight-on budget meetings with county departments and agencies in preparation for 2025 budget. And even before you took the vote that you just did on the tax cap, we're going to have challenging decisions before us. On the revenue side, as was stated, the actual sales tax receipts have been lackluster for the first half of 2024. And on the expenditure side, we're having more success filling vacant positions, which is a good thing. The county's vacancy rate is diminishing due to the added flexibility with the civil service help program and the labor negotiations, making our salaries more competitive. Again, this is really good because we need capable staff to do the work of the county. However, if we thought we were going to be able to find some slack by adjusting that vacancy rate upwards, I don't think there's more to be had there. Not only that, we're seeing the cost of doing business is increasing, not only with staff salaries and fringes, but also with our service contracts across multiple departments. The software needed to run programs and support the county's systems are increasing almost across the board. And we've had some very compelling requests to maintain or expand efforts, citing the needs for programs and services we're providing to at-risk populations beyond the mandated costs. So as we see in times like these, in these economic conditions, that often the demand for services that the county provides is also increasing. So again, we're going to have some difficult choices before us for this budget season. And the last thing I'll just mention with this in regard to the strategic operations plan, there was a request for a document that sorts the strategic objectives and action steps by committee as another way to keep track of our efforts. And so we produced that, and a copy of that was placed on all of your desks, and there were some extras on top of your mailboxes if you would find that an easy way to look at those objectives by committee. And you can find those and any of the other materials on the strategic plan on the county's website, both on the main page and at the county administration page. Those are all my updates.
Questions or comments for Lisa? Okay, thank you. Next up, County Attorney Maury Josephson.
Our department remains very busy. There's not a day that goes by that we collectively don't advise fewer than 5 or 6 different departments on very different questions of law. And I think some of the compliance questions that have come our way will very soon be working their way into legislation that you'll be seeing. As one example, we took a deep dive with finance last week into the new Article 11, where Drew will be talking about, this year's current auction, and revamping that process to deal with the Article 11 amendments resulting from Hennepin County should be coming soon.
Questions or comments for Maury? Thank you. Next up is the Deputy Director of Finance, Drew Brayman.
Thank you. A couple quick updates. Sales tax was included in your packet on page 5 and 6, as Lisa mentioned, it is showing lackluster performance. At this point, we did raise our budget slightly for 2024 for sales tax. So at the halfway point, half of the budget would be 22.9 million. We've collected 21.6, so just over $1 million short of where we had projected. The only good thing I can say is typically third quarter is a little stronger, but it's not $1 million stronger. So, that's been the historical over the last couple of years. The next items in your packet, I think it was a couple meetings ago, you requested to see what we file with the courts for the foreclosure tax sale. We held that and we sold 7 properties or 9 properties. 7 of them had a surplus, 2 had a deficit. So that report is in your packet to review, and Maury and I are prepared to send that over to the courthouse by Thursday, I think is when it's due, right? Yep.
That's our deadline.
So the last thing to report on too is we will do a deep dive into the sales tax more on Thursday at the budget capital personnel, and also the draft budget is in the budget capital personnel agenda. So if you want to take a look at that, that was in that agenda packet that went out, and it's available online. So the auditors will be here Thursday as well. Yes, draft audit.
Yep. Questions or comments for Drew? Okay. Oh, Ann.
Yes, Drew, so looking at the sales tax, you said it was down $1 million? I'm just looking at.
Well, if you look at our budget is 45.8 million. So half of that would be 22.9 million roughly. And we've collected 21.6 million to date. So instead of collecting 22.9 or half of the budget after 6 months, we've only collected 21.6, which is at the bottom of packet page 5. You can see that gross budget estimate of 45, and you divide that in half, and then the gross sales tax revenue.
Yeah, I guess I'm having a hard time figuring this out as far as from last year, we're down
So last year,
0.047 year to date that we have in here.
but we budgeted an increase for 2024 over 2023's collection. So we're down about 0.5% from last year, but we had budgeted an increase for this year. So we're actually down about almost 3% versus budget.
Okay, versus budget, all right.
Versus budget.
It's actually, we've had this discussion also with finance on packet page 5. At the bottom, Drew is referring to the gross budget estimate of 45.8 million, but that's overall the sales tax revenues, but those that are, that the county keeps that are not allocated elsewhere, we budgeted 43.45 for 2024, and we're 19.2.
Right.
So
that's about the same. It's $1 million.
It's
Short of half.
It's 2.5 million short.
2.5 million short.
Yes.
Sorry. Thank you, Lisa. So
So year to date, we're 2.5 million short.
Yes.
versus where our budget is.
Right.
But that's flatlining the budget equal at all months when the second half of the year are our strongest sales tax quarters traditionally, correct?
Yes, I wouldn't say strong is a very strong word.
There's better months to come than
Yes,
we're behind.
there's better months to come, but typically in those quarters, we do not see $1 million swing between the second and third quarters, or the fourth quarter is typically equal to about the second quarter. So yes, the third quarter tends to be stronger, but not by millions, usually by tens to hundreds of thousands.
Any other questions or comments for Drew? Okay, thank you. We are now back to the committee reports and resolutions. Downtown Facilities Special Committee, Randy Brown, Chair.
Yes, our next meeting is August 13th, a week from today. And we did receive 6 requests for qualifications from 6 companies that have done work in New York State. A lot of good qualifications were presented, and the scoring is in process, and we'll be discussing that at the next meeting.
Thank you. Any questions or comments for Randy? Okay, thank you. Moving on, Health and Human Services Committee, Shauna Black, Chair.
Thank you. We canceled our meeting for this month, and we are going to reschedule for September. We're also going to review the opioid settlement funding and where that's gone in our community. We're going to follow up with the people that have been awarded funds and see where they are and what type of funding they've spent. We're also probably going to hear from the Child Development Council and hear about the position that we fund and have funded for the past few years. Thank you.
Any questions or comments for Shauna? Okay. We're up to Housing and Economic Development Committee, Greg Mezzi, Chair.
Thank you, Dan. We meet tomorrow, Wednesday, August 7th at 3 p.m. Some things to note on the agenda are we'll have a report from the Direct to Work and Tompkins Build program about job training opportunities and the success that they're having. Also, we will have a presentation, report discussion on Bridge to Shelter Working Group recommendation, which is a collection of county, city, and community partners that came together to try to address how we can increase shelter capacity on an interim basis to serve more of those in that vulnerable population while plans for larger permanent shelter are being worked on. So I don't want to spoil the excitement for tomorrow, but that will be part of the discussion and something to note. Also, we'll have a tourism quarterly update as well as a Ithaca area economic development report. So relatively full agenda. I do have one other resolution, Resolution J, appropriation from contingent fund terminal pay, Office of Employment and Training, Clerk and Workforce Development Coordinator, Workforce Development, ID number 12537, and I would move that.
There's second for Resolution J, Ann Corman.
This is a procedural terminal pay resolution. We see these often.
Any further discussion? Okay, we're all in the room right now, so can we just do the hands on the voting? Okay. We're voting on Resolution J. All in favor? Any opposed? That is unanimous. Thank you, everybody. Any questions or comments for Greg? Shauna.
Yeah, I was wondering, my understanding is we have some hotels that are not paying their hotel tax, and I know that Maury is looking into that. But I wanted to know what the process is whenever we have hotels that are collecting room tax but aren't actually paying the county and passing that through.
Based on, just generally, because the way the law is structured, there's some question as to what specifics we can get into. The process where a hotel operator has not paid the tax is one of billing, reminder, and then the county has the ability to bring a lawsuit and also to serve a tax warrant that's supposed to work similar to the way the New York State tax warrant system works, which is that issuing the warrant creates a judgment lien against the taxpayer. So, I mean, those are the processes that if it's not paid, interest accrues, penalties accrue. There may be possibilities to compromise claims where there's a dispute as to what's owed, so that could be part of the process. And if there isn't a resolution, then it can proceed to litigation.
I also want to point out and just reiterate the fact, Maureen, correct me if I'm wrong, that the room tax law that we have in place precludes us from identifying specifics about a property. Is that a correct assumption at certain points in the process?
Yeah, the confidentiality provision is a limited one, so I may be being slightly more cautious than necessary but I thought since this is a very general discussion, why go there? What the law prohibits is disclosing what's in an operator's tax returns, unless it becomes necessary to disclose it for enforcement purposes, such as by filing it as an exhibit in court. So there is some confidentiality provision, but it's not super broad.
I guess I was just wondering, because we had this issue during COVID, there were a handful of hotels that were not paying, they were collecting, but were not paying their room tax. Is there a penalty? Are we collecting any type of interest for the funds whenever they don't pay their bill?
Well, the interest accrues, but until they pay, it's not collected.
Okay, thank you.
There's interest and penalties levied against the bill that's due.
Right.
Yeah. And I would make a general statement that we do have more lodging partners remitting than we do not remitting.
1,000,000%.
Yeah. I just don't want there to be any and from my experience on the SCPB and the Budget Committee and as now as a legislator, Nick and the in planning and the folks in finance and the county attorney's office take those very seriously and are actively working to collect any delinquent taxes, just like we do property taxes, and try to work with those partners as best we can when they are willing to work with us.
That's correct.
Any other discussion for the Housing and Economic Development Committee? Okay, thank you. Next up, Facilities and Infrastructure Committee, Lee Shurtleff, Chair.
I was out of state for the July meeting, and I would ask that Susan Curry, Committee Vice Chair, cover this report.
At our last meeting, we had a presentation from the Highway Department, largely about the number of bridges throughout the county being repaired. We also had, we went over all of the resolutions that we presented from Frank tonight that we've already voted on, so that was one thing, trying to be brief. And then we also had Finance 101 from Roxanne for the airport. And then we have a resolution for the creation of new positions. And should I make a motion for that now?
Sure.
Okay, so I would like to make a resolution for, it's Resolution K, creation of new positions for the Ithaca Tompkins International Airport ID 12550. And I see we had, at one point, Roxanne was on Zoom. I don't know if she's still there.
Can we get a second, please? Mike Lane seconds. Okay, Susan, Lee, who's going?
This was, Roxanne is here, so I think if you would like to explain, I think this was mainly taking contract positions and creating permanent positions to cover all the hours, but I'll let you go into more detail.
Absolutely, and I'll try to be brief. There's quite a bit of information in the memorandum, but we looked at opportunities to where we can save some money and have cross positions over, create jobs that are going to be good jobs for additional individuals within the community. Life-saving efforts by having operations staff here 24 hours to meet medevac, helicopters if an ambulance needs to get in. other things, savings, by, again, crossing positions over, allowing them to do other work that is needed. We've looked at the positions, we've, really looked at, the best way to overall efficiently run this, the airport that we can. And this is one of the ways that Josh and I have been working on for many years. And, as things, come to fruition, Lisa and Norma have been a great help, and I'm happy to answer any questions. So that's kind of the brief overview of what we're looking at doing.
Very good, thank you. Randy?
Yes, Roxanne, thanks for staying so late. Appreciate it. On the employees that you're proposing to hire, 2 of them were in the fire and rescue. Are they, were they replacing somebody, or are they new, or explain that to me?
Yep, they're new as well, so that, by hiring those 2, that'll give us somebody here from the operations staff for the 24-hour coverage. Currently, right now, we have hours open from midnight till 4 a.m., 4:30 a.m. when our staff arrives, and midnight or the last flight when our operations staff leaves. This will allow, as I had said, so if there's a medical emergency, we need to get an aircraft or an ambulance in onto the airfield. If there's a security issue, a gate comes open, our staff can close that. Snow removal, it'll cut down overtime for snow removal. It'll allow operations staff here to begin the snow removal process, which is critical. Those regulations were changed with the FAA on how fast we have to clear priority areas and be ready for flight operations. EMTs, our operations staff are all certified EMTs. We've had medical emergencies in the terminal. We do have great local fire and EMS response from our volunteer agencies. By having EMTs on site will allow our staff to respond. They have done life-saving, efforts in the terminal. Our terminal is opening at 3 o'clock in the morning. So there's an hour and a half where there's no county staff present on site. So by having them here, that's just another bonus there to help with that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Greg?
Yeah, Roxanne, I appreciate the effort you and Josh and the team put into this. If you see the memo on packet page 71, this anticipates approximately about $50,000 in savings. I think this is a great example of looking at contracts and really asking the tough questions. How can we maybe do it better ourselves? And so one of the things I do want to stress, though, and I asked during the presentation, is I would like to see a year from now if this actually does save, because that's, I think, really important to keep. And if somebody can put a trace in their calendar or a reminder, it's just, I think we could use this as a test case if we are successful in achieving the anticipated savings.
Absolutely, and I do have that on my radar as well, because our contracts, they're increasing the cost there. So, we've looked at all of that too, and, the increasing cost of contractual obligations. This will be a benefit.
Mike Lane?
And I think, Lisa, you made a point that not only at the airport, but other departments are having the same issue because of the cost of their contracts is going up so.
Yes, that's true. That's true across many departments that are relying on many contracts.
Any further discussion about Resolution K? Ready to vote then? All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, everybody. Any last questions or comments for the Facilities and Infrastructure Committee? Okay, thank you. Next up is Government Operations Committee, Amanda Champion, Chair.
Thank you. I will keep my report brief. We met August 1st and had a very good meeting as usual. And you will all be happy to know that we are going to be looking at the flag policy again. And I have 2 resolutions.
You want to take questions first? Do you want to go right to your resolutions?
I can't imagine there's a lot of questions.
Questions or comments for Amanda? Okay, go ahead and do your resolutions, please.
Okay. Resolution L, Target Budget Adjustment, Board of Elections. workers' living wage adjustment ID 12491.
Greg seconds. Discussion.
I think it's self-explanatory. I don't know if people have questions.
Any other discussion on Resolution L? Ready for a vote then? All in favor? Any opposed? That is unanimous. Thank you, everybody.
All right, then I have Resolution H, resolution to update the Administrative Policy Manual, Policy 07-09, mobile devices, and Policy 07-10, passwords, ID 12602.
Is there a second? Veronica seconds. I don't know if you said it's in your red folders.
Yeah, in the red folders. And the reason that this shouldn't have been on consent was because it was not unanimous at committee. So there are a couple notes on the one in your red folder.
Mike Lane.
Yeah, I was the one that voted against this in committee, and I'm going to vote for it now. But the reason I did, I just think people should know, both policies, the last paragraphs, I thought were too stern and too threatening to employees. And I thought that they ought to be removed, that the group did not agree with me. But I asked the county attorney at the time, without those paragraphs, could we still enforce discipline? And he responded, yes, if I'm correct, Maury. Yes. And so I just wanted folks to know why I was not happy with those wordings. I just don't think, I think we can get more flies with sugar than we can with vinegar.
Flies? Do we want flies? Sorry, Resolution H, any further discussion? It's peas, yeah. Sorry, Mike. Any further discussion on Resolution H? Ready for a vote then? All in favor? Any opposed? That is unanimous. Any last words from Government Operations? All right. Planning, Energy, and Environmental Quality Committee, Ann Corman, Chair.
Thank you. We are going to meet on Monday, August 12th at 10 a.m. And some of the highlights, we're going to, Norma's going to help us with the project approval reviews. And we're going from recycling, we're going to have an update on the average commodity revenue. We've talked about that before here. And then from Department of Planning and Sustainability, we'll have a couple of updates. One's on the Caswell Solar Project, and then on round 2 of the Municipal Parks and Trails Grant Program. And then we're going to have a presentation regarding the new plan navigating electrical outages, proactive steps for today and tomorrow's electrified world. So that should be pretty interesting. So, I'm sorry, that should be pretty electrifying, I should say. And lastly, just want to remind or ask committee members to bring their calendars, as the October and November peak meetings happen to fall on county holidays, so we'll need to reschedule those. And is there anything else, Veronica? And that's it.
Thank you. Any questions or comments for Ann? All right, thank you. Community Recovery Fund Advisory Committee. We met yesterday on August 5th, and we got an update on how things are going. Everything's going very well. Then we also voted on what I've been calling the mini round of grants. We had about $27,000 to redistribute. It's a little complicated to explain because there were some contingencies. Some of the money is going to be offered to an organization. If they don't take it, it's going to be offered to someone else and then someone else. So I can talk about that now, or you can just wait for the final results within a couple of days. Whatever it is that we end up with within a couple of days, the full legislature, will be voting on it at our August 20th meeting, and that'll be the final vote on that whole mini round. I just want to mention briefly, one of the speakers today implied a criticism of, I think, of how the county is handling this possibility that we may have a lot of money left over if one of the awardees isn't able to use it. They quoted Veronica Pillar, and you said that you stood by your quote. I also stand by your quote. I was really glad you said that. There was, in my mind, there was absolutely nothing wrong with those words. And if anybody needs a further explanation of what it is we're talking about, you should go back and watch the meeting. But the bottom line is we do not want to lose this ARPA money, this federal money, and we're coming up on a deadline. And county staff has told us in order to make sure that we don't lose this money, we have to act a few months in advance and we have to go through certain processes, and that's what we're going to do. And if at a future time the legislature wants to reallocate money or wants to allocate money for those causes, those projects that may end up not getting funded, we can do that. We just have a different process. It's going to be a regular budget process, an RFP process, that kind of thing. So I just wanted to say all that. It's a little complicated. I'll talk more about it now if you want, or you can watch the video. Randy.
Could you also just update us on the large Hugo Medical grant and what's the next steps with that?
Yeah, so that was what the speaker was talking about. We gave them an August 30th deadline to have some kind of assurance that they were going to be able to achieve their project within the deadlines. We are meeting with them in about a week to hear what they have to say about where they're at in that process. Any other questions or comments?
And their deadline is the end of this month, right?
Deadline is the end of this month for us to be assured that they're going to be able to complete this project within the deadlines.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. Any other questions? All right, moving along to the Budget, Capital, and Personnel Committee. Mike Lane, Chair.
We will meet again on this Thursday, the August 8th, at 9 o'clock here in Chambers. And among other things we're going to do, as Drew said, we're going to be hearing from our auditors. So anybody who's got a passion for audits, y'all come and listen, because we get the longer version in committee than we do when we hear it here. The other thing I wanted to mention is that you should have all got one of these packets from Human Resources, and the packets are having to do with our evaluation of our 4 direct reports, who are our county administrator, county attorney, clerk of the legislature, and director of finance. And as you know, have been assigned to teams, and we're going to be starting the process. Ruby Pulliam, our commissioner, is going to be able to join us for the initial meetings. And it's going to be a different process than we've used before, but it looks kind of like it might be workable. So I just wanted to mention that to you, and you can look forward to that.
Questions or comments for Mike? Randy.
Yes, I'd like to understand better where we are with our interest income. I brought this up a few times. I know our budget's $1 million for interest income. If I did my math, we're at $1.5 million through June. So I just like to get an update on that, if it's going to be in the budget committee or the next time or whatever.
Drew?
It's in the budget committee packet.
Great.
So Lori will talk about it on Thursday, but it's out.
Great, thank you. I'll look at that. Thank you.
Anything else for the Budget, Capital, and Personnel Committee? Great, thank you. Workforce, Diversity, and Inclusion Committee, Veronica Pillar, Chair.
Thank you, Dan. We continue to have really good conversations about what the Workforce, Diversity, and Inclusion Committee, what its role should be now that so much has shifted in the county since it was created. More to come. We are not going to meet in August, so our next meeting will be late September.
Questions or comments for Veronica? Great, thank you. We are up to the individual member filed resolutions. We already did N, so let's do M. And I believe, Rich, that's yours?
Yes, I would move appointment to the Industrial Development Agency and Tompkins County Development Corporation Board of Directors, doc ID 12619.
Is there a second? Greg seconds. Discussion.
I would like to thank John Guttridge for his service on the IDA. He really was a very involved, engaged member and added a lot of value. He had a conflict and needed to step off of the IDA, leading to us needing to make an appointment for the remainder of his term. And I'm very pleased to say that Jerry Dietz, who's mentioned in the resolution, is willing to serve the remainder of the term.
Thank you. Mike Lane.
Rich, what position is that they fill?
It's a term as an IDA member.
At large, I think.
At large.
At large, okay.
At large until the end of December 31, 2024.
Thank you.
It's worth mentioning, there's a special procedure for appointing to the IDA. It has to do with state law. Chair recommends, legislature confirms. That's why we've skipped the committee process. It doesn't have its place in the committee process. Any further discussion? Okay, let's have a vote then. All in favor? Any opposed? That is unanimous. Thank you. Can somebody move the minutes of the previous meeting, please? July 16th. Amanda moves, Veronica seconds. Discussion. Okay, let's have a vote then. All in favor of the minutes approval? Any opposed? Unanimous. Any unfinished business today? Mike Lane.
Just want to remind people about the statue unveiling this Saturday, 10 a.m. at Breckenridge. And it's going to be kind of an exciting thing. The funding for it, of course, has been a wonderful donation we've had. It's been a great thing for the community.
Thanks for that reminder.
That's the 17th, right?
Yeah.
It's not this Saturday,
Yeah.
right? I was gonna say
I've got it down to the 10th.
17th,
At 10.
17th.
All right, well, I stand corrected.
And I believe there's a procession, isn't there? Starts at Breckenridge and then
Goes to
walks
St.
over to
John's.
Henry, or
So
St.
two
Henry St. John.
statues, yeah.
Yep. Okay, then it is time to move into executive session. We have two executive sessions tonight. One for matters which will imperil the public safety if disclosed, and one for the proposed acquisition, sale, or lease of real property, or the proposed acquisition of securities, or sale or exchange of securities held by such public body, but only when publicity would substantially affect the value thereof. Both of those are in accord with Article 7, Section 105 of the Public Officers Law. Can I get a motion to move into executive session? Travis moves. Susan seconds. Any discussion? All in favor of moving into executive session? Any opposed? That is unanimous. We will take a few minutes to shut down the cameras and enter executive session. Thank you, everybody.